Chapter 38-44. Everybody was dumbstruck. They knew that this time, it wasn't Lu Ming who had kicked an iron plate, it was the Blood Skull Pirates who had kicked an iron plate. Run! The remaining 4 godly emperors of the first godly emperor layer and a few quasi-emperors of the Blood Skull Pirates were terrified. They came back to their senses and started running away. They were scared to death. How terrifying! Cultivators of the second godly emperor layer had been killed so easily. How could they be killed so easily? You want to run? Ling Yue looked furious. When she thought about the Blood Skull Pirates, she was furious. She wanted to kill them. At this moment, he knocked an arrow on his bow and shot out several arrows. A few quasi-emperors were pierced by the arrows and died. Even a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer was pierced by the arrows and died in midair. Leave them to me. Xiao Wuji grinned. His eyes were filled with murder. He rose up in the air, and a few gloomy lights emerged from his hands and flew towards the cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Leave one alive! Shouted Lu Ming. He rose up in the air and threw himself at the tall and sturdy man who had talked to them at the beginning. 2 horrible shrieks spread in the air. The other 2 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had already been killed by Xiao Wuji. Back in the days, the Purple Sun Prefecture was strong enough to kill ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. The Purple Sun Prefecture was only a little famous among the quasi-emperors of the primitive universe. They were far from being on the list of the top 100 quasi-emperors. Xiao Wuji was even stronger than Xue Ming, who was ranked 11th. He could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Killing cultivators of the second godly emperor layer wasn't difficult either. Even for Ling Yue and Lu Ming, it was not difficult to kill an ordinary second-level divine emperor realm expert. Just now was proof. Only the tall and sturdy man was left in the Blood Skull Pirates. He was running away as fast as he could, burning his godly strength to increase his speed. Unfortunately, he wasn't as strong as Lu Ming. Under the support of the Great God Wind technique, Lu Ming was like a ghost. With a few flashes, he caught up with the burly man. I'll kill you. The burly man saw that he couldn't escape, so he simply stopped. He roared, and slashed his saber towards Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming threw a punch at the battle saber. With a cracking sound, the battle saber broke into pieces. The burly big shot screamed miserably. His arms exploded as he retreated rapidly. Mercy, please spare my life. The burly man suddenly roared and began to beg for mercy. Seeing that he was about to be killed, the burly man was scared to death. He didn't care about his dignity anymore. Leaving behind a coward, my luck is not bad. Lu Ming laughed in his heart, but his hands did not stop. He punched the tall and sturdy big mountain. The tall and sturdy big mountain was heavily injured, and his aura withered. Spare my life, the burly man continued to shout. Now, what will you answer when I ask you a question? Cooperate with me, and I won't kill you. Lu Ming stared at the tall and sturdy big mountain. Okay, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. The tall and sturdy big mountain shouted. The consequences of betraying the Blood Skull Pirates were very serious. However, he couldn't care less now. At worst, he would just find a remote place to hide. Let me ask you, how did you find me? Is it the curse power you mentioned? Can you track the curse power? Lu Ming asked the first question. This was the question he was most concerned about. If the Blood Skull Pirates could track the curse power, he would have endless trouble in the future. No, we can't track the curse power. We only found you when we ran into you. If we didn't run into you, we wouldn't have found you. The tall and sturdy big mountain answered quickly. Hearing the tall and sturdy big mountain's answer, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The tall and sturdy big mountain couldn't track him. They had just run into the Blood Skull Pirates. It could only be said that his luck wasn't very good. The universe was vast and boundless, but he had run into the Blood Skull Pirates here. What are you people from the Blood Skull Pirates doing here? Lu Ming continued to ask. We're here to attack the black sand planet of the Lingheng sect and seize some soul jades. The tall and sturdy big mountain replied. With just the few of you? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. Of course not. We're just one of the groups. The real main force is still behind us and will arrive soon. There are many experts in the main force. People like me are nothing at all, the tall and sturdy big mountain replied. He didn't forget to brag about the Blood Skull Pirates, and there was a hint of threat in his words. The meaning was very simple. The main force of the Blood Skull Pirates would arrive soon. There were many experts, and you'd better let me go quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you. After saying that, the tall and sturdy big mountain looked at Lu Ming nervously. Scram! Lu Ming waved his hand and let go of the tall and sturdy big mountain. The tall and sturdy big mountain was overjoyed and hurriedly flew into the distance. At the same time, his mind became active. Before, he only had one thought, and that was to stabilize Lu Ming and protect his life. As for whether he would be retaliated by the Blood Skull Pirates later on, he didn't care. But now that Lu Ming had let him go, his thoughts changed. He thought that he would go back and bring the Blood Skull Pirates to kill Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji to make up for his mistakes. Brat, just wait for your death. The tall and sturdy big mountain's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocious killing intent. Bang! At this moment, an arrow pierced through the back of the tall and sturdy big mountain's head. The tall and sturdy big mountain's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Then, his vitality was cut off and he fell to the ground. I said that I wouldn't make a move, but I didn't say that others wouldn't. Lu Ming muttered. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji smiled faintly. The one who made a move just now was naturally Ling Yue. They were all smart people. When Lu Ming said that he wouldn't make a move, they understood what Lu Ming meant. It seems that the Blood Skull Pirates are going to attack Black Sand Star. Let's just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Lu Ming said. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji nodded. Perhaps, they could take advantage of the chaos to enter the medium-class world of Black Sand Star. The three of them didn't stay and quickly left. Of course, the rumors about the three of them quickly spread. However, the attention of the people in this area was mostly attracted by the Blood Skull Pirates. Lu Ming and the other two could only be said to be three peerless monsters who accidentally wandered here. However, the large-scale appearance of the Blood Skull Pirates here was related to their lives. Lu Ming and the other two found a small city to stay in and paid close attention to the situation of Black Sand Star. The Blood Skull Pirates seemed to know that they had been exposed and sped up their movements. In a few days, they rushed to Black Sand Star and launched an attack. However, not long after, a piece of news spread out. The Blood Skull Pirates retreated in defeat and suffered heavy injuries in the process of attacking Black Sand Star. Chapter 38-45. When the Blood Skull Pirates attacked Black Sand Planet, they suffered heavy losses. The Lingheng sect had long been prepared. They had ambushed a large number of experts on Black Sand Planet to kill the Blood Skull Pirates. The Blood Skull Pirates had suffered heavy losses. It was said that dozens of divine emperors had died and fled in a sorry state. When Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji heard this news, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't act rashly. The strength of the Lingheng sect was still above their imagination. They definitely couldn't attack by force, but they still had a chance. Every once in a while, the Lingheng sect would recruit a group of people to enter the medium-class world of Black Sand Planet to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul jades. The next recruitment was said to be in 2 years. 2 years was just a blink of an eye to everyone. Lu Ming and the other two stayed on this small planet, constantly paying attention to the news of the Lingheng sect and Black Sand Planet. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't waste these 2 years. He chose a secret place and wholeheartedly cultivated the great art of fragmentation. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also went into seclusion, looking forward to improving their battle prowess. The matter of exploring the life spirit heavenly court would definitely not be smooth sailing. One's own battle prowess was very important. Every bit that could be raised was a bit. While Lu Ming was comprehending the great art of fragmentation with all his might, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Without the environment where he cultivated the great God Wind technique, his improvement naturally wouldn't be that fast. However, it still allowed the great art of fragmentation to improve by a large margin. He wasn't too far away from the entry level. If he used it with Lu Ming's full strength, his strength would also increase by quite a bit. At this time, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji came out of seclusion and headed towards Black Sand Planet together. Black Sand Planet, Evil Soul City. It was very lively with a sea of people. That medium-class world was called the Evil Soul Realm. Therefore, the city built next to it was called the Evil Soul City. Entering the Evil Soul Realm to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul jades, one could keep 30% of them. This was a great temptation and naturally attracted many people. At the registration point, there was a long line. Let me tell you all, the Evil Soul Realm isn't a safe place. Without a certain level of strength, it's very dangerous to enter. Therefore, it's best to have a cultivation of 7th level Divine Lord and above go in. Only then can you have some gains. However, if you are confident in yourselves and insist on entering, we will not stop you. You are responsible for your own life and death. At the registration counter, a burly man shouted loudly. Those whose cultivation bases were too weak hesitated for a moment before deciding to give up. However, more people chose to continue. Register your names and cultivation bases, and then line up in the square inside, the brawny man continued to shout. One by one, the registration was done very quickly. Soon, it was Lu Ming and the others' turn. Naturally, they casually made up a fake name. After all, the people of the Lingheng sect wouldn't investigate. After registering, Lu Ming and the others went to a square in the back and waited quietly. After a few hours, there were already a few thousand people in the square. You guys, come with us first. At this moment, a group of people arrived. Each of them had a strong aura. They were experts of the Lingheng sect. Lu Ming and the others followed the experts of the Lingheng sect and left the Evil Soul City. They headed north of the Evil Soul City and soon arrived at a huge canyon. Many experts. Lu Ming secretly sensed and discovered that there were many experts lying in ambush around the canyon. Among them, there was no lack of Divine Emperor Realm experts. He knew that they were all experts of the Lingheng sect. Walking into the valley, when they reached the depths of the valley, they saw a huge whirlpool. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed. This was the entrance to the Evil Soul Realm, right? Was this Evil Soul Realm the target they were looking for? Was it a treasure land left behind by the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Let's go in. An old man from the Lingheng sect announced. Swoosh, 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 thousands of experts moved. They turned into streaks of rainbow light and rushed into the whirlpool. Lu Ming and the other two blended into the crowd and also rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a strange world. This world was dark. In the sky, there was a blood moon, scattering blood-red light. Heaven and earth were filled with a strange energy. This energy was not divine qi, but more like the energy of the soul. Let's go and find spirit beasts. Hurry up, not every spirit beast has a soul jade. We need to rely on luck. Many people flew into the distance. Of course, most of these people formed groups of 3 or 5 and formed teams. There was also a portion of people who did not move. Because these people had not formed a team yet. In the Evil Soul Realm, forming a team to hunt spirit beasts and obtain soul jades was much more efficient than fighting alone. Brother, let's form a team. Come with me, I'm at the first layer of the Divine Emperor Realm. The rest of the people also began to form teams. Of course, some Divine Emperor Realm people were easy to form teams. Many people joined one after another. Soon, a team was formed and discussed the distribution method. The 3 of you, are you interested in forming a team? At that moment, a bald old man came over, glanced at Lu Ming and the others and smiled. This bald old man did not hide his chi, he was at the first layer of the Divine Emperor realm. Not interested. Ling Yue directly refused. The bald old man's face stiffened and said, "The three of you, I can see that you have not reached the Divine Emperor realm. It is not safe in the evil soul realm. There are many Divine Emperor realm spirit beasts. Without the protection of a Divine Emperor realm expert, you will not be able to move an inch." The bald old man thought that Lu Ming and the others were young people who had come out to gain experience. They did not understand the dangers of the outside world. "No need, the three of us are strong enough. Please go ahead." Xiao Wuji waved his hand and smiled. "Humph, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Don't regret it when you encounter danger." The bald old man snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to his group and left with his people. "So, what's the plan?" Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji. "I don't have a plan." Lu Ming spread his hands. "I don't have a plan for now. Let's walk around this world first," Xiao Wuji said. Then, the three of them randomly chose a direction and flew away. The evil soul realm was a medium-class world. Its territory was very vast. Compared to a small world, it was many times bigger and more stable. After the three of them flew for a while, the number of people gradually decreased. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook and exploded. A few giant tentacles stretched out and swept towards the three of them. Spirit Beast. Quasi-Emperor. The three of them were startled. Whoosh. Lu Ming made his move. A sword light condensed at the tip of his finger and slashed out. The sword light flashed and the tentacles were cut in half. Then, the sword light changed its direction and slashed towards the ground. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3846. Lu Ming slashed the ground with his sword, creating a deep pit that was a few hundred miles long. It was unknown how deep it was. A scream came from the ground, and blue blood splattered. A huge octopus-like spirit beast was cut in half by the sword and died on the spot. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he reached out his hand to grab the air. Below, a crystal the size of an egg was caught by Lu Ming. The crystal was crystal clear, like a blue crystal. "Is this the soul jade?" Lu Ming murmured. This was a good thing. Lu Ming kept it. Next, they continued to move forward. From time to time, they would be attacked by spirit beasts. However, the strength of these spirit beasts was not very high. Most of them were below the Divine Emperor realm. They only met one at the first layer of the Divine Emperor realm. It was not a threat to them and was easily dealt with. A few hours later, they had already traveled an unknown distance. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in front of them. More than 10 figures flew towards Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Lu Ming and the others, surrounding Lu Ming and the others. These guys, Lu Ming and the others' eyes flashed as they recognized these people. These people, like them, had just come in from outside to hunt spirit beasts. They also recognized one of them. It was the bald old man who had invited Lu Ming and the others to form a team, but was rejected by Lu Ming and the others. It's really these guys. Our luck is good. These people surrounded Lu Ming and the rest, laughing heartily. Their expressions were playful and relaxed. "What do you want?" Ling Yue frowned slightly and said coldly. "Nothing, I just want your storage rings, and the treasures you have hidden in your divine sense." The bald man said, his eyes flashing with greed. He concluded that Lu Ming and the others were just young disciples of some force who had come out to train. Such people were usually very rich. In fact, when he invited Lu Ming and the others to form a team, he had the idea of dealing with Lu Ming and the others halfway, but he didn't expect to be rejected. However, they were very lucky to meet Lu Ming and the others here. He didn't hesitate to take action. "Are you sure you want to rob us?" Ling Yue asked again. Nonsense, hurry up and hand it over. I might spare your lives. The bald old man shouted. I'm afraid that even if we hand over all the treasures, you won't let us go. Lu Ming interrupted. Hee hee. As if Lu Ming had guessed what was on his mind, the bald old man and said, since you have guessed it, then I'll tell you. You guys are unlucky to meet us. Cooperate obediently, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Indeed, he had no intention of letting Lu Ming off. Since Lu Ming and the rest were disciples from powerful forces, they naturally had to silence them. After robbing them, if they did not silence them, would they wait for revenge? How was that possible? You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed with killing intent. They had long seen that there were only 2 people in the bald old man's group who were at the first Divine Emperor realm. The rest were below the Divine Emperor realm. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, such combat strength was nothing. With such strength, they dared to deal with them. If they weren't courting death, then what was? Roar, roar, roar. Just as Lu Ming and the others were about to make a move, there was a violent roar in the surroundings. Rumble. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound on the ground. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing towards them. The speed was very fast. The sound seemed to be quite far away, but soon, it was very close. Between heaven and earth, there was a mass of darkness. In the air and on the ground, there were countless giant beasts flying and rampaging. Spirit beasts, all of them were spirit beasts. There were spirit beasts in all directions, and some of them were constantly drilling out from the ground. Beast tide, it's a beast tide. Someone in the bald old man's group was panic-stricken and shouted loudly. The others were the same. Their complexions were deathly pale, and they were incomparably frightened. Their faces were filled with fear. They had heard of the spirit beasts' beast tide. It was the spirit beasts of the evil spirit world who had joined forces to retaliate against invaders like them. However, beast tides were extremely rare. Normally, they wouldn't encounter one. They hadn't thought that they would encounter one now. Look at the number of spirit beasts, it should be a small-scale beast tide. Let's join forces and attack in one direction, we might be able to survive. Shouted the bald old man. At this moment, they didn't care about Lu Ming and the others. Compared to treasures, their lives were more important. More than 10 of them teamed up and charged towards the back because there seemed to be fewer soul beasts behind them. Die! The bald old man roared as he struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm print that could topple mountains and overturn seas blasted towards the group of soul beasts. Another cultivator of the first Divine Emperor realm also attacked with his full strength. His sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed forward. More than a dozen cultivators below the Divine Emperor realm also attacked with their full strength. Their attacks were so powerful that they were like rainbows. Bang bang, many soul beasts exploded and were killed on the spot. The bald old man and the others were overjoyed. If this continued, they would be able to escape. Keep going, the bald old man roared, wanting to motivate everyone to charge out in one go. But before he could finish his sentence, he was stuck. Because a few terrifying roars had spread in the air. A few gigantic beasts had appeared and were moving towards the bald old man and the others. Godly emperors, they were all godly emperors. There were 5 of them. The 5 godly emperors were roaring and their bodies were glowing. 5 dazzling rays of light moved towards the bald old man and the others. Stop them! Shouted the bald old man. He used his full strength to release a dazzling light hand. The other cultivator of the first godly emperor realm also used his full strength to release a sword attack. The others also used their full strength to help the 2 godly emperors block the attack. Boom! The 2 sides' attacks collided and the earth rumbled. The bald old man and the others' attacks were destroyed. Some of the weaker cultivators gave horrible shrieks and exploded. Their souls had been destroyed. Even though the stronger cultivators didn't die, they were severely injured and coughed up blood. Their chi was extremely weak. The bald old man and the other cultivator of the first godly emperor realm were also shaken. Blood was flowing out of their mouths. They couldn't compete with the 5 godly emperor realm's soul beasts. But what made them even more desperate was that there were terrifying roars coming from all directions. Then, a terrifying chi rose up in the air. All of them were godly emperors. There were godly emperor realm's soul beasts everywhere. There was more than one soul beast in each direction. There were 4 or 5 soul beasts in each direction. They were surrounded. The bald old man and the others were desperate. They were going to die. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Chapter 38-47. The bald old man and the others were in despair. They were going to die in the face of so many strong spirit beasts. They had no chance of surviving. Roar! Roar! The spirit beasts roared. Some spirit beasts charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Terrifying attacks moved towards Lu Ming and the others. Clang! A sword gleam condensed in Lu Ming's hand, emitting a sword cry. With a sweep, a crescent moon sword gleam swept in all directions, breaking all the attacks of the soul beasts. Die! Shouted Xiao Wuji coldly. He waved his hand and black rays of light shot out. In a flash, dozens of spirit beasts died at Xiao Wuji's hands. After killing so many spirit beasts, he had successfully attracted the attention of the godly emperor spirit beasts. Caw! A gigantic blue bird with 2 heads flew towards Lu Ming and the others. It opened its mouth and released a beam of blue light towards Lu Ming and the others. A godly emperor spirit beast's attack was not to be underestimated. It was much stronger than a godly emperor. However, ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer didn't pose a threat to Lu Ming and the others. Ling Yue condensed a bow in her palm, drew her bow, and shot out an arrow. An arrow rushed up, directly breaking through the 2-headed bird's attack. The arrow did not stop, piercing through the 2-headed bird's head. With a bang, the 2-headed bird's head exploded, and it died on the spot. The bald old man and the others were stupefied. Their eyes were wide open. A godly emperor spirit beast had been killed by an arrow. What kind of fighting strength was that? Such fighting strength was simply too terrifying. The bald old man determined that the fighting strength of the strange 2-headed bird from earlier was absolutely not inferior to his own. If that arrow had been aimed at him, then he would have. Thinking of this, the bald old man shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Roar! Roar! Seeing that a divine emperor realm spirit beast had been killed, the rest of the spirit beasts were enraged and roared. At least a dozen divine emperor realm wild beasts rushed towards Lu Ming's group, leaving the bald old man and the others to the side. Let's fight, let's fight. It's best if both sides are injured so that we can take the opportunity to rush out. The bald old man and the others viciously thought. More than 10 divine emperor realm spirit beasts attacked at the same time. Their power was terrifying. A huge explosion occurred in the void. Terrifying attacks came from all directions, attacking Lu Ming, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji. You're courting death. The eyes of Lu Ming and the other 2 were filled with coldness as they attacked at the same time. Lu Ming activated the battle esoteric art and increased his combat power by 5 times. He dashed toward the few divine emperor realm soul beasts and punched continuously with both fists. The terrifying fist force tore through the void and blasted toward the few soul beasts. The spirit beasts' attacks were torn apart by Lu Ming's fist energy. The fist energy didn't stop and bombarded the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts cried out in pain as their bodies were penetrated by the fist energy. They were torn apart and died on the spot. Lu Ming grabbed a few soul jades in his hand. On the other side, Ling Yue shot a few arrows and killed a few divine emperor realm spirit beasts. As for Xiao Wuji, he easily killed a few divine emperor realm spirit beasts. More than a dozen God King soul beasts were killed in an instant. The bald old man and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were opened so wide that they could swallow a few goose eggs. Shock, disbelief, disbelief, it was written all over their faces. Those were Divine Emperor Realm spirit beasts. How could they be killed so easily? It was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. They thought that they were dreaming. Monsters. These three people were all peerless monsters. They were all monsters. Then, they felt a chill in their hearts, and chills ran down their spines. Previously, they actually wanted to rob these three monsters and kill them. They were courting death. They were completely courting death. The surrounding spirit beasts were terrified when they saw more than 10 Divine Emperor Realm spirit beasts being killed. There was an uproar. Roar, roar. After that, the remaining soul beasts roared. Then, the remaining soul beasts all turned around and ran away. They were actually running away. These spirit beasts were also very intelligent. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming and the others, so they naturally retreated. In an instant, all the spirit beasts ran away. Go, go quickly. Seeing that the desolate beasts had retreated, the bald old man and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately wanted to sneak away. Where are you going? Ling Yu Wei's face was gloomy as her cold voice sounded. The bald old man and the others immediately shivered and stopped. They didn't dare to move. What a joke. They had clearly seen Lu Ming and the others' methods. Even if they escaped, they wouldn't be able to escape. There was only death. Their faces were extremely ugly. They looked at Lu Ming and the other two with fear. Sirs, we were blind just now. Please forgive us, sirs. The bald old man squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He bowed to Lu Ming and the other two. You wanted to kill us just now, and now you want us to spare you? Aren't you too naive? Ling Yu Wei said coldly. She was about to attack and kill these people. Wait a minute. Lu Ming called out. Ling Yu Wei stopped and looked at Lu Ming with some doubt. Could it be that Lu Ming's heart softened and he wanted to let these people go? This person can be killed, but the others can stay. They can help us scout the way. Lu Ming explained. Ling Yu Wei and Xiao Wuji's eyes lit up. That's right, if they had to search by themselves, how long would it take? If they found more people to search together, it would be much faster. As for the bald old man, he was the main culprit. Naturally, he deserved to die and couldn't be let go. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the others were overjoyed and quickly distanced themselves from the bald old man. The bald old man's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Lu Ming and the other two were so monstrous, he definitely wouldn't have provoked Lu Ming and the other two. However, there was no medicine for regret. Regret was already useless. However, he was absolutely unwilling to die obediently. A trace of viciousness flashed across the bald old man's eyes. He suddenly rushed in a direction. It was the direction of his group. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the group of people. He grabbed a few people with both hands and threw them towards Lu Ming and the other two. As for himself, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed in a direction. You're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. Using the Great God Wind technique, he caught up to the bald old man in a flash. With another flash, he had already appeared in front of the bald old man. Ah! The bald old man cried out in fright. Then, he attacked with all his might. A divine light palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The bald elder's divine light giant handprint, which he had used all his strength to attack, collapsed immediately. The fist force did not stop and bombarded the elder's body. The bald elder screamed miserably and his body was torn into pieces. Even his soul exploded. Is this the difference? Just an 8th level divine lord. What kind of monster is this? This was the bald old man's last thought. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3848. After Lu Ming killed the bald old man in one move, the remaining people didn't dare to move. Their faces were pale with fright. The moment they made a move, the gap between them was even more obvious. Lu Ming and the other two were too monstrous. They looked at Lu Ming and the other two in horror, waiting helplessly for their fate to befall them. They didn't know how Lu Ming and the other two would deal with them. Now, there's something I need you to do. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd and said in an unquestionable tone. Just give us the order. We will never refuse. Yes, just give us the order. We will definitely do it properly. Those people nodded and bowed, promising that they couldn't wait to dig out their hearts for Lu Ming to see. At the moment of life and death, how could they refuse? No matter what conditions Lu Ming set, they had to grit their teeth and agree. I want you to help me find some special places in the evil spirit realm. For example, some special buildings, some special places, Lu Ming instructed. Okay, we promise to complete the task. Those people didn't expect Lu Ming to ask them to do something so simple. They quickly nodded, afraid that they would be a step slower and cause Lu Ming to be unhappy. Of course, before you go, there's one more step, following which, Lu Ming waved his fingers and many runes were formed. They then flew toward these people. These people were shocked and wanted to dodge, but they didn't dare. They could only watch as the runes flew into their bodies and disappeared. This is a soul-severing restriction. If you dare to escape, with a thought, your souls will be destroyed and you will die without a burial place. Alright, you can go. If there's any news, send me a message. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Those people sighed in their hearts and could only help Lu Ming and the others. Originally, some of them really had that thought. After leaving Lu Ming and the others, they would run away. But now, they didn't dare to. Everyone cupped their fists and turned into rays of light, leaving this place. Is that rune really a soul-severing restriction? Why do I look so simple? Ling Yuwei asked curiously. She had a very deep understanding of the Tao of restriction runes, so she naturally saw something. It's fake. What soul-severing restriction? It's just to scare them. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Mu's wisdom is admirable. Xiao Wuji Dao. It's just a small trick. However, we can still use this trick to find more people to help us. Lu Ming said. That's right. At least it's faster than the three of us searching. Ling Yuwei and Xiao Wuji naturally agreed. After that, they began to move. As long as they encountered people who came in to hunt soul beasts, they would immediately take them down. They pretended to set up restrictions so that these people could help them find a special building or location. Not long after, they found more than 200 people to help them search. With more than 200 people scattered in all directions, their efficiency was naturally much faster than the three of them. Not long after, they received news that they had made a discovery. They rushed over according to the news and found a dilapidated palace. They went in and searched, but found nothing. After that, more news came, and they all made some discoveries. However, when Lu Ming and the others went to investigate, they found nothing. This made the three of them wonder if this middle world was a treasure land left behind by the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. There's news again. It's in the north. Lu Ming received another piece of news. Let's go take a look. The three of them were naturally unwilling to give up so easily and flew towards the north. The three of them were extremely fast. Their bodies were engraved with teleportation arrays, and they flew through the air. In a few flashes, they had crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. A majestic mountain appeared in front of them. At the foot of the mountain, there was an ancient bluestone road. At the end of the ancient road was a huge stone door that led to the belly of the mountain. As soon as they arrived, Lu Ming and the others immediately sensed something. To be precise, it was their life spirit origin stone fragments that had sensed something. They were trembling slightly and radiating light. It's here, it's here. This place must be related to the life spirit heavenly court. The stone spirit of the life spirit origin stone fragments cried out excitedly. Ling Yuwei and Xiao Wuji's eyes also lit up. Obviously, they had all sensed it at the same time. That's right, it's here. This world is indeed a treasure land left behind by the life spirit heavenly court. There must be treasures in this mountain, and even clues to the 9 life spirit halls. Xiao Wuji's eyes lit up. Let's go in. Ling Yue's eyes also flickered. The 3 of them flew forward and arrived in front of the ancient bluestone road, intending to pass through it. Buzz! Suddenly, densely packed runes appeared on the ground. A large array emerged and shrouded Lu Ming and the other 2. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting here for 30 million years. I've finally arrived. A carefree laugh rang out, and then a figure appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes shone brightly. A powerful aura spread out from this person's body. It was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji's expressions changed drastically. There was actually someone here. Peng Peng, the middle-aged man, walked in the air, and every step he took caused the void to tremble. The great array below also responded to the middle-aged man's steps, and the light became even brighter. Swoosh! Ling Yue directly drew her bow and shot out an arrow, wanting to break through the great array. However, the great array lit up, and layers of divine light enveloped the arrow. The arrow disappeared without a trace, like mud sinking into the sea. Don't waste your time. I have to admit that your attack power is very strong, but in my great array, you won't be able to come out. The middle-aged man sneered. This great array was set up. Ling Yue asked. I already said that it's my great array. The middle-aged man said. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. There's no harm in telling you. I was the one who created the Lingheng sect. The middle-aged man smiled. It's the sect master of the Lingheng sect? Ling Yue exclaimed. She didn't expect the other party to be the sect master of the Lingheng sect. Where did the fragments of the life spirit origin stone on me come from? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right, this middle-aged man also had fragments of the life spirit origin stone on him. Lu Ming and the other 2 had sensed this when the middle-aged man appeared. This was also what made them even more shocked. Here, a middle-aged man suddenly ran out and set up a great array to trap them. Moreover, he actually had fragments of the life spirit origin stone on him. This seemed to be very complicated. The fragments of the life spirit origin stone on me were naturally obtained by me. The middle-aged man, who was also the sect master of the Lingheng sect, said with a faint smile. Chapter 38-49. You got it yourself? As far as I know, the life spirit origin stone fragment will only choose young geniuses. Ling Yue said. The life spirit origin stone fragment would only choose young geniuses, and those monstrous geniuses at that. Whether it was Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Xiao Wuji, or the previous Xue Ming and Murong Qiu Shui, they were all top geniuses of the universe. Why would the life spirit origin stone fragment choose such an old person? Everyone has a time when they are young. The sect master of the Lingheng sect said indifferently. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji were shocked. These words reminded them that they had overlooked a problem. Yes, the life spirit origin stone fragment would choose a young monster, but who made the rule that it was a monster of this era? A monster of the previous era was also fine. Perhaps, some of the life spirit origin stone fragments had already appeared and were chosen by the monstrous geniuses from a long time ago. And those monstrous geniuses were no longer young. It was normal for them to become middle-aged and old. For example, the sect master of the Lingheng sect in front of them might have been a monstrous genius when he was young, which was why he obtained the life spirit origin stone fragment. The hearts of Lu Ming and the other 2 sank. If it was that kind of monstrous genius, then what realm would his cultivation have reached after so many years? It wasn't something they could fight against, right? Ha ha ha, you believe me just because I said that? Seeing your expressions, it's really laughable. The sect master of the Lingheng sect laughed loudly. After a while, he said, You're right. The life spirit origin stone fragment will only choose monstrous geniuses, but I'm not. The life spirit origin stone fragment on me was snatched from a young genius back then. I spent a lot of effort and finally controlled that life spirit origin stone fragment and found out the secret of this place being the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court. Therefore, 30 million years ago, I established the Lingheng sect here and controlled this world. Unfortunately, this mountain is a treasure land left behind by the life soul heavenly court. I can't enter with just a piece of the life soul origin stone fragment. Therefore, I set up a formation here and waited here for the owner of the life soul fragment to come. I've been waiting for 30 million years. Finally, there are 3 of them. Ha ha ha, I can finally enter the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court. The treasures in the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court are mine. There are even 9 life spirit palaces. The sect master of the Lingheng sect laughed loudly. The more he laughed, the more excited he became. The more he laughed, the more his eyes shone. 3 of them came at once, which was really out of his expectations. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji's faces were incomparably gloomy. The doubts in their hearts were finally answered. They finally knew why a force would occupy a remote place like the Sand Layer Star Field. It was deliberately created by the sect master of the Lingheng sect. His goal was to control the evil spirit world in his hands. In the past, everyone thought that the Lingheng sect was doing it for the soul jade of the evil spirit world. Now, Lu Ming and the others understood that the enemy was doing it for the treasure land left behind by the life spirit heavenly court. The other party had established the Lingheng sect here and occupied the evil spirit world. The sect master of the Lingheng sect had long found this mountain, but unfortunately, he couldn't enter. That was why he had set up a formation here and waited here. As for recruiting people to hunt soul beasts in the evil spirit world every once in a while, it seemed that it was all a trap. The goal was to attract the controller of the life soul origin stone fragment. With the control of the life soul origin stone fragment, if one wanted to find the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court, they would definitely sneak into the evil spirit world and then search for the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court, just like Lu Ming and the others. The sect master of the Lingheng sect had planned everything and waited here for the rabbit. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had unknowingly been tricked. This kind of guy who had lived for a long time had an extraordinary mind and was very terrifying. The reason why I told you is so that you can die with understanding. Now, hand over the life soul origin stone fragment on your body and I can give you a quick death. The sect master of the Lingheng sect said loudly. He was very confident. He had the right to be confident. He could already tell that Lu Ming and the other 2 were at the quasi-emperor realm at the highest. As for him, he was already at the 6th level of the divine emperor realm. No matter how monstrous Lu Ming and the other 2 were, they were no match for him. Looks like there's going to be a tough battle today. Xiao Wuji whispered. Let's attack together and break this formation first. Ling Yue said. The 3 of them nodded and transmitted their voices to each other, reaching a consensus. Swoosh. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, attacking towards the left. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character art, increasing his battle strength by 5 times. At the same time, he used the Great Divine Wind technique. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming used his full strength and threw a punch. A terrifying fist chi moved forwards, bringing with it a terrifying hurricane. The sky kept exploding. Everything was about to collapse, but the deployment spell was dazzling and dazzling. Godly lights moved towards Lu Ming's punch. Boom boom boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the sky. Lu Ming's fist force was forcefully neutralized. At the same time, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also attacked, using their full strength. Even a cultivator of the second godly emperor realm would be killed, but it was useless. Their attacks were blocked by the deployment spell. Powerful, truly powerful. I have to say that the 3 of you are able to possess such combat strength at such a cultivation level. It really frightens me. However, the 3 of you are still too weak. You won't be able to walk out of my great formation. Today, your fate has already been decided. Smiled the patriarch of the Lingheng sect coldly. His body was glowing and his godly strength was surging. He controlled the deployment spell. Attack! Shouted Ling Yue. Behind her, a gigantic tree appeared. Green lights penetrated into her body. She was holding a gigantic bow. Her strength condensed and turned into a green arrow. Swoosh! The green arrow was 10 meters long. It pierced through the sky and left a terrifying mark. Great godly wind technique, great destruction technique. Lu Ming used his full strength and threw a punch. That punch contained the strength of the great godly wind technique and the great destruction technique. Two types of ancient secret techniques converged, forming a destructive power that wrapped around the emerald green arrow and shot forward. Azura's light. Xiao Wuji transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form. A vertical eye opened between the eyebrows of each of his three heads. Each vertical eye emitted a jet-black light. The three rays of light merged into one and wrapped around the emerald green arrow. The attacks of the three gathered together and collided with the godly light formed by the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sound spread in all directions. The arrow was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It kept breaking the deployment spell's strength. The patriarch of the Lingheng sect's expression suddenly changed. Lu Ming and the other two's attacks were beyond his expectations. How terrifying. They haven't even broken through to the godly emperor realm, but they're already so terrifying. We can't let them go. Crush them! Shouted the patriarch of the Lingheng sect furiously. He pressed his hands down. Chapter 3850. The patriarch of the Lingheng sect pressed his hands down, and a vast amount of godly strength poured into the deployment spell. The deployment spell's godly light became even more vast and boundless. It kept attacking Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two's attacks kept shaking. Their energy was being consumed again and again. Again! Shouted Ling Yue. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the bow in her hand. The bow released a terrifying wave of energy, and a blood-red, emerald arrow condensed in the air. Ball! Lu Ming's heart shook, and he called Ball to help. Ball moved rapidly and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a silver spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Bzzz. The spear shook, and a dazzling silver light shot out. Behind Xiao Wuji, a 99-headed Azura king with 999 arms appeared. Azura lights emerged from the 99 heads' foreheads. This time, the attacks were even more terrifying. Especially Ball's silver spear, it was even more terrifying. When Ball attacked with his full strength, he could kill cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. This time, the three people's attacks were unstoppable. They kept breaking the deployment spell's godly light, and the deployment spell's godly light kept exploding. In the end, a tunnel appeared. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted loudly. His body transformed into a beam of light and he dashed through the passageway, leaving the range of the array. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji's speed was also very fast. They also turned into streaks of light. With a flash, they also left the range of the formation and appeared outside the formation. The two of them glanced at Lu Ming. They were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would have such a trump card. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two moved back to block the pressure. It was the patriarch of the Lingheng sect. He appeared in the sky above Lu Ming and the other two, releasing a monstrous pressure. What a powerful metallic creature. The sect leader of the Lingheng sect stared at Qiu on Lu Ming's body. A hint of shock and greed flashed across his eyes. So what if you can break the formation? Do you think you can escape from me? The sect master of the Lingheng sect sneered. He was still very confident. With his strength, he could control the entire situation. All of you, kneel. The sect master of the Lingheng sect struck out with his palm. A gigantic palm print pressed down on Lu Ming and the other two like a majestic mountain. Rumble. The palm pressed down, shattering the void. The scene was shocking. Lu Ming and the other two tried their best to resist, but they were unable to do so. As the palm struck down, the three of them retreated. Lu Ming was a little better off. With Qiu Qiu's armor protecting him, he only felt his blood and qi churning as a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. However, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji had also suffered heavy injuries and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. After all, the difference between them and the sect master of the Spirit Hang sect was too great. The other party had only casually struck them with a palm and they had suffered heavy injuries. If he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to turn them into ashes. In front of absolute strength, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Obediently hand over your life soul origin stone fragments. Also, hand over the physique secret techniques that you cultivate and the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. The sect master of the Lingheng sect said, the greed in his eyes becoming even stronger. The reason why he didn't kill Lu Ming and the other two immediately was because he had taken a fancy to the various secret techniques and treasures that the three of them possessed. Especially Lu Ming, who the sect master of the Lingheng sect paid the most attention to. He was merely an 8th level divine lord, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He was completely on the same level as Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji. Moreover, he had mastered 2 of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. He had to obtain them. Although the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were said to be very difficult to cultivate, how would he know if he hadn't cultivated them before? Moreover, even if he couldn't cultivate them himself, some people would be interested and sell them for a sky-high price. This was the reason why he didn't use his full strength. Lu Ming's face darkened as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. The sect master of the Lingheng sect was too strong. Even with Qiu Qiu's help, he was definitely not the other party's match. If the other party attacked, he and Qiu Qiu would both die. Right now, he only had 2 trump cards. One was the Gale Pearl. The Gale Pearl contained a terrifying gale. With his current comprehension of the Great Divine Wind technique, he could definitely draw out a portion of the gale. However, he wasn't sure how strong it was and whether he could deal with the sect master of the Lingheng sect. The other was to take the risk to open the purple copper coffin. He originally didn't want to expose too much in front of Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji. After all, he didn't trust Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji very much. He needed to keep a trump card. But now that he was facing a life and death crisis, he couldn't care less about this. He had to deal with the sect master of the Lingheng sect first. Do you really think that we're done for? Just as Lu Ming was hesitating, a cold voice sounded. It came from Ling Yue. At this moment, the huge warbow in Ling Yue's hand disappeared. Replacing it was a small warbow. This warbow wasn't big. It was only a meter long and looked very old. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a pool of blood on it. This bloodstain looked fresh, as if it had just been sprinkled with fresh blood. However, there was a terrifying aura emanating from it. Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji both had grave expressions on their faces. The blood on this warbow was definitely left on it by a terrifying existence. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the Elven King's bow. Ling Yue opened her mouth and then suddenly pulled the bowstring. Wang! In an instant, it was as if the entire world was shaking. Then, it was as if all the energy in the world was gathering towards the warbow. A bloody arrow condensed and aimed at the sect master of the Lingheng sect. The sect master of the Lingheng sect's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He felt a great terror enveloping him. Retreat, retreat. The sect master of the Lingheng sect retreated without hesitation. Swoosh. Ling Yue let go of her hand, and the bloody arrow flew out. Fast, it was really too fast. It was so fast that the sect master of the Lingheng sect didn't have time to dodge. In an instant, the arrow appeared in front of the sect master of the Lingheng sect. The sect master of the Lingheng sect roared. His cultivation of the 6th level of the Divine Emperor realm completely erupted. Terrifying divine power erupted from the sect master of the Lingheng sect like an avalanche. It was as if a sun had exploded. The entire medium-class world shook violently. Eternal Heaven Finger. The sect master of the Lingheng sect pointed out a finger. A gray finger was incomparably huge. It pointed forward and collided with the arrow shot by Ling Yue. An explosion that seemed to shake the heavens and earth rang out. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Bang! In the end, the finger that the sect master of the Lingheng sect attacked with was actually pierced through by the arrow. The terrifying arrow didn't stop and continued to shoot forward. In the next moment, blood splattered in all directions. The sect master of the Lingheng sect's body was pierced through by the arrow. Chapter 3851. The sect master of the Lingheng sect was directly pierced by the arrow. With a blood-curdling scream, his body explosively retreated. A huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. The destructive power of the arrow was constantly destroying his body, obliterating his life force. The sect master of the Lingheng sect's aura instantly became very dispirited. "You're courting death. I want you to die without a burial ground." The sect master of the Lingheng sect roared in anger, but he didn't dare to stay. His figure explosively retreated, leaving this place at an astonishing speed. Puff! At this moment, Ling Yue's delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was snow white. "Are you all right?" Lu Ming looked at Ling Yue and asked. "I'm fine. It's just that the arrow just now consumed too much energy. I'll be able to recover very soon." Ling Yue nodded and glanced at Xiao Wuji meaningfully. She put away the Elven King's bow that was stained with blood, took out a divine pill that was like a small tree, and swallowed it. Immediately, a powerful fluctuation came from her body, and her aura quickly recovered. At the side, Xiao Wuji's gaze swept across Lu Ming's body. There was an inexplicable smile on his face the entire time, and he didn't say anything. A moment later, Ling Yue's aura calmed down. Clearly, she had recovered a lot. "Let's hurry up and set off. I'm afraid the sect master of the Lingheng sect won't let this go so easily," Xiao Wuji said. "Let's go." Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji followed the ancient bluestone road and headed towards the stone door at the bottom of the mountain. However, when they stepped onto the ancient bluestone road, figures suddenly appeared on both sides of the road. These figures were not real. Their bodies were illusory, like phantoms. Their eyes were filled with ghostly flames as they stared at Lu Ming and the other two. On both sides of the ancient bluestone road, there were a total of 108 phantoms. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" These phantoms shouted in unison. Their killing intent soared into the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming and the other two. Their palms condensed all sorts of weapons. They looked illusory, but when they waved them, their might was terrifying, directly shattering space. At the same time, at least 20 attacks rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his Great Divine Wind technique, and his figure rapidly flashed, dodging 15 attacks. But the remaining attacks were beyond the scope of Lu Ming's ability, and he could only take them head-on. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming stabbed out 8 times in a row. 8 moonlight spear lights burst out, and the remaining 8 attacks were blocked. After blocking this wave of attacks, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and the moonlight spear continued to thrust out. Those illusory figures were continuously pierced, and their bodies exploded. However, as soon as these phantoms exploded, they gathered together again, but they were much dimmer than before. Its energy is constantly weakening. It's not hard to deal with. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he continued to attack. He integrated the great fragmentation art into the moonlight spear. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, more than 10 phantoms were shattered. This time, the power of the great fragmentation art was activated, and these phantoms were shattered into countless pieces. A portion of them barely managed to condense, but some of them were unable to condense and completely disappeared. Lu Ming's spirit was greatly shaken, and his attacks became even more violent. There were constantly phantoms that were completely destroyed. In a moment, more than 30 phantoms were destroyed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had such speed because of Qiu Qiu. He cooperated with Qiu Qiu to have such a record. Xiao Wuji and Ling Yue, on the other hand, didn't have such a record. The speed at which they destroyed the phantoms was much slower. Lu Ming destroyed 30 phantoms, and the two of them combined only destroyed 20. There were still more than 50 phantoms left, and Lu Ming and the others destroyed them much faster. Lu Ming and the other two attacked with all their might. Those phantoms were destroyed one by one, and very soon, there were only a dozen left. At this moment, Wang! 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 The void in all directions began to tremble violently, like ripples in water. Then, one figure after another suddenly appeared. The densely packed figures enveloped the sky in all directions. Their powerful auras shook the world. One of them was the sect master of the Lingheng sect who had been injured and fled in a sorry state. Needless to say, the people he had brought were all experts of the Lingheng sect. Among them, there were quite a few divine emperor realm existences. "Kill those 3 little bastards for me." The sect master of the Lingheng sect roared as he stared at Lu Ming and the other two. Flames burst out from his eyes, as if he wanted to burn the 3 of them to ashes. "Charge in!" Lu Ming shouted as his silver spear swept across the army. In an instant, 6 phantoms were destroyed. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also attacked with all their might. They destroyed a few phantoms and headed towards the stone door at the bottom of the mountain. When they arrived here, the life spirit origin stone fragments in their bodies reacted even more violently. They had a feeling that with the life spirit origin stone fragments, they could open the stone door. Only by entering this stone door would they have a chance. Otherwise, with so many experts of the Lingheng sect, they would be in danger. Even if they had hidden their trump cards. They were very fast and approached the stone door in the blink of an eye. "Kill!" The experts of the Lingheng sect roared as their killing intent soared into the sky. Especially a few divine emperor realm existences. Their speed was extremely fast as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others like a few streaks of light. However, they didn't charge forward along the ancient bluestone road. They charged towards Lu Ming and the others from the side. However, when they approached the mountain, their bodies suddenly froze. Their faces were filled with fear. Then, with a bang, their bodies turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed and disappeared into thin air. When the others saw this scene, they were almost scared out of their wits. Some people who were charging forward crazily erupted with divine power and forcefully stopped their bodies. When Lu Ming and the other two saw this scene, they were also secretly shocked. Fortunately, they had walked along the ancient bluestone road from the beginning. It wasn't without reason that they had left this road here. Other than the ancient bluestone road, the surroundings of this mountain were filled with terrifying killing intent. Charge in from that ancient bluestone road and kill them. The sect master of the Lingheng sect roared. The people of the Lingheng sect immediately changed their direction and charged towards Lu Ming and the others along the ancient bluestone road. They were completely fine and there were no illusions to stop them. However, at this moment, Lu Ming and the other two had already arrived under the stone door. As soon as they arrived under the stone door, the fragments of the life spirit origin stone in their bodies trembled even more violently. They directly flew out of their bodies and shot out a beam of light towards the stone door. Lu Ming glanced at it. He discovered that Ling Yue's life spirit origin stone fragment was about the same size as his. It should have been formed by fusing with Xue Ming's piece. What was shocking was that Xiao Wuji's life spirit origin stone fragment was slightly larger than Lu Ming's or Ling Yue's. It was likely that he had fused with several life spirit origin stone fragments to have such a volume. The 3 beams of light landed on the stone door. The stone door immediately shook and a resplendent light appeared. Then, with a cracking sound, it separated to the sides. Chapter 38:52. The stone door was opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after the stone door was opened, waves of cold wind immediately blew out from inside. Moreover, waves of strange roars came from inside the stone door. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were roaring. It made people feel a chill down their spines when they heard it. In the next moment, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji's expressions changed drastically. The reason for that was because they saw countless figures rushing out from the depths of the stone gate. These figures looked the same as the phantoms they had encountered before, but they were more solid and their auras were even more terrifying. They all let out strange cries and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. "We're in trouble." Lu Ming and the other two's faces were somewhat gloomy. There were people from the Lingheng sect behind them, and there were so many strange creatures in front of them. They were in trouble. "We can only risk it." The three of them were all peerless monsters, so they naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they had to risk it. The three of them were about to fight with all their might, but something unexpected happened. Their life spirit origin stone fragments appeared above their heads, scattering a layer of light that enveloped them. Those strange creatures rushed past them as if they didn't see them. They ignored their existence and directly rushed towards the experts of the Lingheng sect. These strange creatures let out terrifying roars and continued to attack. Immediately, some of the experts of the Lingheng sect were torn apart. "Block it!" The experts of the Lingheng sect roared. A powerful divine emperor made a move to block these strange creatures. However, there were also many powerful divine emperor realm existences among these strange creatures. They charged forward without fear of death. The people of the Lingheng sect were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the strange creatures. What was even more frightening was that there were still countless strange creatures rushing out from the stone door. "Run!" Someone from the Lingheng sect roared in fear. He turned around and left, but these strange creatures chased after him from behind as if they wouldn't stop until they died. However, the sect master of the Lingheng sect wasn't attacked. There was also a fragment of a life spirit origin stone floating on his body, scattering a ray of light. Those strange creatures didn't attack him. "Kill, kill!" The sect master of the Lingheng sect attacked with all his might, wanting to destroy those strange creatures. However, although he was powerful and had destroyed some of the strange creatures, there were too many of them. It was impossible to kill them all. "Go!" At this moment, Lu Ming and the other two rushed towards the stone door. It seemed that the natal spirit stone fragment was their protective talisman here. The three of them rushed through the stone door and found that the space inside was very spacious. It was a huge underground secret room. There were many passageways around the secret chamber, each of which had the same strange creature rushing out. "Stop right there." Seeing Lu Ming and the other two rush into the stone door, the sect master of the Spirit Heng sect roared and rushed into the stone door alone. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and the other two. Previously, he had been pierced through by Ling Yue's arrow and was severely injured. However, he had already stabilized himself. Although he was not at his peak, he still retained a very strong battle prowess. "Little girl, that arrow of yours from before should have cost you a lot, right? I don't believe that you can shoot a second arrow." The sect master of the Spirit Heng sect stared at Ling Yue with a ferocious expression. He was very scheming and could easily figure out what was going on. Ling Yue's previous arrow had borrowed the power of the bloody battle bow. However, Ling Yue's cultivation was only very high, she was only a quasi-emperor. To be able to shoot that arrow, she had definitely paid a huge price. It was almost impossible for her to shoot a second arrow. That was why he had the confidence to chase after her. Ling Yue's expression was somewhat ugly. She was indeed unable to shoot a second arrow. If she forcefully used it, the consequences would be very serious. It was very likely that her foundation would be crippled. "The three of us don't split up. Let's follow a passage." Ling Yue transmitted her voice. "Let's go." Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji nodded and rushed towards one of the passageways with all their might. "You want to leave? Stay." When the sect leader of the Lingheng sect saw Lu Ming and the other two leave, he was relieved. He thought that Lu Ming and the other two really did not have any trump cards left and chased after them with all his might. The passageway was very deep and there were still many strange creatures. Fortunately, these strange creatures did not attack them, so they were unimpeded and their speed was very fast. However, the sect leader of the Lingheng sect was still rapidly approaching. Kill! The sect leader of the Lingheng sect shouted and pointed a few times in the air. A few streams of energy shot towards Lu Ming and the other two. He still had some misgivings and did not dare to get too close. He tested Lu Ming and the other two from afar. Facing Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji, these three terrifying monsters, he really did not have confidence in his heart. Ling Yue had such a terrifying trump card, but what about Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji? Therefore, he planned to test it out from a distance. If something was wrong, he could quickly escape. Wang! Lu Ming brandished his silver spear, thrusting out a resplendent spear light. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also attacked with all their might, blocking the sect leader of the Lingheng sect. With the help of the sect leader of the Lingheng sect, they rushed forward at an even faster speed. After a while, they reached the end of the passageway. It was also a secret chamber. Swoosh 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 in the secret chamber, there were no longer any strange creatures. However, there were streams of light constantly dancing in the air. No, these were not streams of light, but treasures. There were divine sabers, divine swords, long spears, mirrors. Every single one of the treasures emitted a shocking wave of energy. They were definitely rare treasures, and their grades were all above the emperor-level divine weapon. The eyes of Lu Ming and the other two revealed a resplendent light. As for the sect leader of the Lingheng sect, his eyes were filled with burning greed. You three little bastards, go to hell! The sect leader of the Lingheng sect roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. The killing intent in his heart was stimulated to the peak by these treasures. In his opinion, these treasures were all his. This was only one of the passageways. Were there any other treasures in the other passageways? If he obtained these treasures, how much would his strength expand to? How many resources could he exchange for? In the future, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. He suppressed the scruples in his heart and pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. His attacks were like crazy. Streams of finger energy pierced through the void and attacked the vital points of Lu Ming and the other two. Facing the attack of the sect leader of the Lingheng sect, Lu Ming and the other two could only counterattack with all their might. Lu Ming became one with his spear, transforming into a resplendent spear light that pierced towards the sect leader of the Lingheng sect. However, the sect leader of the Lingheng sect pointed out a finger, and the tip of his finger touched the silver spear. The spear trembled incessantly, and Lu Ming retreated. He felt his entire body tremble, and several of his bones were broken. On the other side, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also coughed up blood and retreated. Although the sect leader of the Lingheng sect had been injured by Ling Yue earlier, his strength had been affected and he was not in his peak condition. However, the sect leader of the Lingheng sect was, after all, an existence of the sixth layer of the Divine Emperor realm. His strength was too terrifying, and it was not something that the three of them could contend against. Chapter 38-53. Kill. Seeing that he had injured Lu Ming and the other two with one strike, the sect master of the Spirit Heng sect was filled with fighting spirit. His aura became even more terrifying, causing the secret room to rumble. He used his left hand as a palm and his right hand as a finger as he used a terrifying secret technique. The palm print and finger energy alternated as they crushed towards Lu Ming and the other two. He used 70% of his strength in this move. He didn't dare to unleash his full strength in an instant. He left a portion of his strength as a defense, afraid that Ling Yue would use another terrifying killing move. However, even if it was 70% of his strength, it wasn't something that Lu Ming and the other two could contend against. Lu Ming might not die with Qiu's defense, but he would still be severely injured. As for Xiao Wuji and Ling Yue, they would probably die immediately. You two, what trump cards do you have? Why aren't you using them? Ling Yue called out to Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji. Come on. Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. A broken sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Only the hilt was missing the tip of the sword. The sword was pitch black, but it emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hidden within the sword. Slash! Xiao Wuji shouted. All the divine power in his body surged into the broken sword. Then, he slashed out with all his might. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar rang out. A figure suddenly rushed out from the broken sword. This figure was an Azura king with 99 heads and 999 arms. Kill! The Azura king shouted. Its huge body filled the secret room. With the Azura sword in its hand, it slashed towards the sect master of the Spirit Hang sect. The sect master of the Spirit Hang sect's pupils constricted as he felt a terrifying killing intent. It was as if this sword could take his life. Moreover, he was completely locked onto by this killing intent. There was no way to dodge and he could only take it head-on. Damn it! The sect master of the Spirit Hang sect roared in his heart. As expected, he still had a trump card. These monsters still had a trump card. Right now, there was only one path in front of him, and that was to block it. He believed that Xiao Wuji could only use one move of such a terrifying attack. It was impossible for him to use a second move. As long as he could block this attack, victory would be his. Several divine weapons appeared around his body, emitting dazzling light as they rushed toward the Shura king. At the same time, he unleashed his most powerful secret technique. A finger materialized, and he pointed it out. Boom! A series of explosions erupted. The few divine weapons that the sect master of the Lingheng sect had taken out were directly cut in half by the Shura sword. Immediately after, the finger that he had condensed with a secret technique was also cut in half. Not good. The expression of the sect master of the Lingheng sect changed drastically. This Azura sword was too terrifying. Its power was even stronger than the arrow Ling Yue had shot earlier. Ah! The sect master of the Lingheng sect roared crazily. His divine power surged as he defended with all his might. But the moment the battle sword slashed down, Lingheng sect leader cried out in pain. His body retreated and he crashed into the wall of the secret room. The walls here were abnormally sturdy, so they didn't shatter at all. Instead, they only exploded with loud rumbling sounds. The sect master of the Lingheng sect coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his face was abnormally pale. A sword wound appeared on his body. It started from his shoulder, followed his chest, and extended all the way to his waist. That arrow had almost cut him in half. The terrifying power of the Azura sword had destroyed the organs in his body and even affected his soul. In his dantian, the burning star had dimmed. This move was even more severe than the arrow that Ling Yue had shot him with. Damned little bastard, if you didn't kill me, then the ones who will die will be you, the sect master of the Lingheng sect roared. His killing intent had reached its peak. He swore in his heart that he would make Lu Ming and the other two beg for death and suffer the most painful torture in the world. However, the next voice made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body turned cold. Is that so? I haven't attacked yet. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out as a round bead appeared in his palm. Gale bead. Then, Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique. Inside the gale bead, a terrifying gale was instantly drawn out by Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh. The violent and scorching gale seemed to have transformed into a gale dragon. It let out a terrifying howl as it swept towards the sect master of the Lingheng sect. The sect master of the Lingheng sect had just been injured by Xiao Wuji. Moreover, Lu Ming's timing was flawless. He had no time to dodge at all and was instantly swept into the gale. Puff puff puff, the terrifying gale instantly cut numerous wounds on the body of the sect master of the Lingheng sect. Moreover, each wound had a terrifying temperature. The body of the sect master of the Lingheng sect was filled with raging flames. Ah! The sect master of the Lingheng sect screamed miserably. Although he circulated his divine power with all his might to block it, he couldn't block it at all. The gale of the gale bead was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an existence that could destroy the galaxy. Its power was too shocking. The gale directly broke through the divine power of the sect master of the Lingheng sect and broke into his body. He watched helplessly as his body was continuously sliced apart and burned to ashes. In just a few breaths, the body of the sect master of the Lingheng sect could not hold on any longer and turned into ashes. His soul appeared and wanted to rush out. However, he discovered that his soul was even more fragile. "Ah, I can't accept this, I can't accept this." The sect master of the Lingheng sect let out a furious and unwilling roar. He had always been scheming and had planned for tens of millions of years. He had been waiting here for the controller of the Life Spirit Stone fragment to come so that he could seize more Life Spirit Stone fragments and monopolize the treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Everything went very smoothly. As expected, the person he had been waiting for had arrived. But in the end, the few people he had been waiting for were too monstrous and too terrifying. With his cultivation, he was actually no match for these monstrous geniuses. He was unwilling to accept this. But the outcome was already decided. In the next moment, his soul was also turned into ashes in the gale. The sect master of the Lingheng sect, who could be considered an ambitious and ruthless figure, fell just like that under the continuous attacks of three peerless geniuses. However, the Life Spirit Stone fragment left behind by the sect master of the Lingheng sect was not destroyed. In fact, although the gale was terrifying, it definitely could not destroy the Life Spirit Stone fragment. It could not even leave the slightest bit of damage. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the Life Spirit Stone fragment in his hand. Xiao Wuji let out a long breath and took a few steps back. His aura was weak and his face was pale. He hurriedly put away the broken sword. Obviously, just like the arrow that Ling Yue had shot before, after Xiao Wuji slashed out with this sword, he had consumed a lot of energy, causing a huge burden on his body. He glanced at the Life Spirit Stone fragment in Lu Ming's hand and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a divine pill and swallowed it, beginning to recover. Ling Yue also looked at the Life Spirit Stone fragment in Lu Ming's hand. A complicated look flashed across her eyes, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Chapter 38-54. Swallow him for me. Lu Ming's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment, the Rock Spirit, cried out in excitement. Lu Ming didn't immediately give it to the Life Spirit Origin Stone, the Rock Spirit sized it up. The Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment left behind by the Spirit Heng Sect's sect master was much smaller than Lu Ming's. It was about the same as the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment that he had before fusing with Murong Qiu Shui. It should only be a small piece. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment. Facing Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji, he was very confident. Now that Qiu Qiu could make a move, with his cooperation, his battle strength was completely above Xiao Wuji and Ling Yue. Of course, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji had terrifying trump cards, but so did Lu Ming. The Gale Pearl was won, and at the critical moment, there was the purple copper coffin. After Lu Ming put away the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment, the three of them looked at the flying treasures in the sky, their eyes shining brightly. Shwa shwa shwa, the three of them moved at the same time, rushing out and pouncing towards the weapons. Lu Ming was the first to pounce on a long spear. Although he had a forbidden body, all kinds of secret techniques could be turned into secret technique runes and fused into his cells. It was the same for any weapon he used. However, he still had a special feeling for long spears, so his first choice was a long spear-type divine weapon. Lu Ming grabbed at a fiery red long spear, but this long spear was very slippery. In a flash, like a long snake, it flew out of Lu Ming's palm. "Want to leave? Stay for me," Lu Ming shouted in his heart. His palm glowed and immediately, several trapping secret techniques were used, trapping the fiery red long spear. The fiery red long spear tried to rush left and right, but it couldn't rush out. Lu Ming exerted his strength and the forbidden power enveloped the fiery red long spear. On the fiery red long spear, there was a layer of light covering it, but at this moment, this layer of light was destroyed by the forbidden power. After it was destroyed, the long spear stopped moving. Lu Ming grabbed it and put it into his storage ring. Then, Lu Ming pounced on the next weapon. In this secret chamber, there were about a dozen weapons, which were quickly plundered clean by the three of them. Lu Ming obtained a total of 5 divine weapons, all of which were of very high levels. Although they were not as good as the gravity orb, they were still very valuable. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji had also gained a lot. Everyone's faces revealed smiles. Although this trip was a little unexpected and the sect master of the Lingheng sect had changed, it was still worth it. The three of them sized up the secret chamber. There were no other passageways in this secret chamber. This was the end. However, there were other secret rooms. The three of them moved along the passage and returned to the largest secret chamber at the beginning. At this moment, there were no longer any strange creatures here. All the strange creatures had already rushed out of the door. Outside the door, there were still intense shouts of killing. Clearly, the strange creatures and the people of the Lingheng sect were still fighting. However, no one was able to rush in. "Let's split up," Xiao Wuji said. "All right. Split up." Lu Ming and Ling Yue also nodded. Now that the sect master of the Lingheng sect had been eliminated by them, no one else came in. There was no need for them to gather together. Splitting up and obtaining their own opportunities was the most important thing. With a flash, the three of them chose a passage and rushed in. A moment later, Lu Ming passed through a passage and arrived at the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was also a secret chamber. However, this secret chamber was much smaller than the secret chamber where he had obtained the divine weapon. There were no treasures flying around either. There were only some miscellaneous boxes piled up there. Lu Ming walked over and casually opened a box. He found that there were some jade talismans inside. Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He revealed a trace of disappointment. The jade talisman only recorded a method to refine divine pills. Moreover, it wasn't of a particularly high level and could be bought outside. Lu Ming was currently focusing on cultivation, so he didn't have the time or energy to cultivate the Tao of alchemy. In the Minor Thousand world, Lu Ming was proficient in the Tao of alchemy. However, the Tao of alchemy in the Minor Thousand world was too different from the divine pills in the Great Desolate Universe. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to spend time studying it. Next, Lu Ming picked up the remaining jade talismans and looked through them one by one. Unfortunately, they were all knowledge related to alchemy and weren't of much use. Lu Ming reluctantly put it away. He would give it away when he had the chance. After all, he still had family and friends. Perhaps some of them could use it. Then, Lu Ming continued to look through the second box. Inside, there were still some methods to refine divine pills. 3 consecutive boxes were all jade talismans used to refine divine pills. From the 4th box onwards, there were some jade talismans used to refine divine weapons. Just like the Tao of alchemy, they were also useless. Lu Ming kept them all in a storage ring. The 5th, and 6th boxes were all about the same. However, when Lu Ming opened the 7th box, his eyes lit up. There were also some jade talismans in this box, but these jade talismans recorded secret techniques. There were different secret techniques. Each jade talisman recorded a secret technique. The last few boxes recorded all kinds of secret techniques. There were hundreds of them. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Finally, there were things that were of great use to him. However, there was no time to look at them carefully now. Lu Ming kept them all. He would slowly look through them when he had time. After putting them away, the secret chamber was already empty. Lu Ming left the secret chamber and returned to the secret chamber outside. Then, he rushed to another passage. Behind this passage was another secret chamber. In this secret chamber, there were also several divine weapons flying in the air. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flashed and kept these divine weapons one by one. There were a total of 6 divine weapons. Adding the previous 5, he had a total of 11 high-grade divine weapons. Each divine weapon was priceless. They could be sold for a sky-high price outside. This treasure land left behind by the Fate Heavenly Court was indeed worthy of its reputation. This was only a treasure land. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the 9 great Life Soul Halls and the most important Life Soul Heavenly Court. Lu Ming left this place and hurried to the next passageway. It was a pity that the secret chamber at the end of this passageway was empty. Could it be that Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji have already gotten there first? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He quickly left this passage and entered the next one. Unfortunately, it was still the same. It was empty. There was nothing. Lu Ming reckoned that Ling Yue or Xiao Wuji had really gotten there first. After all, there were only about 10 passages here. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a rumbling sound coming from the middle of the passage. Although it seemed to be very far away, Lu Ming could still clearly see it. Someone is making a move in this passage. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he guessed who it was. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from another passage. It was Ling Yue. Chapter 38:55. In another passageway, Ling Yue's figure appeared. The moment Ling Yue appeared, she also sensed that there were sounds of fighting coming from the depths of the middle passageway. Lu Ming and Ling Yue looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, the two of them rushed towards the middle passageway at the same time. When they arrived at the end of the passageway, they discovered that it was also a secret room. However, this secret room was extremely large. It was close to the outermost secret room. In this secret room, there were 9 steps. On each step, there was a platform, and on each platform, there was a large seal floating. The color of each seal was different. Some were red, some were green, and some were white. Every seal was enveloped by a layer of light. As for Xiao Wuji, he was on one of the platforms, constantly attacking the light barrier outside the seal, emitting a violent rumbling sound. This was the sound that Lu Ming and the others had heard just now. The moment Lu Ming and Ling Yue arrived, Xiao Wuji sensed them. The seal here should have clues to the 9 Great Soul Palaces. However, there are restrictions protecting it, so it's very difficult for one person to break through. We need to work together. Xiao Wuji's voice rang out. Lu Ming and Ling Yue sneered. Why didn't Xiao Wuji send a sound transmission to Lu Ming and Ling Yue to ask them to join hands? At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming and Ling Yue had arrived, they had joined hands. It was obvious that if possible, Xiao Wuji wanted to take it all for himself. Let's try the other seals first. Ling Yue directly rushed towards the other seal. Before she even arrived, arrows were continuously shot out. Bang bang bang, one arrow after another struck the light barrier outside the seal. The light barrier only shook violently, but it did not break. Ling Yue shouted and shot out her strongest arrow. Unfortunately, it still did not break through. It seemed that what Xiao Wuji said was true. It was indeed difficult for a single person to break through, unless they used their trump card. However, the consumption of trump cards was too great, so it was not suitable to use them now. Let's attack together. If there really are clues to the 9 Great Soul Palaces, we will naturally share them. We will need to work together to explore the Soul Palace later. Xiao Wuji Dao. Ling Yue could only nod her head with a gloomy face and head towards Xiao Wuji's platform. Lu Ming also stepped onto Xiao Wuji's platform. The 3 of them surrounded the seal. It was blue in color, like a blue crystal. It was very beautiful. As the seal floated in the air, they could even see through the light barrier that the bottom of the seal was engraved with dense lines. These lines interweaved together, resembling a map. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes lit up. Could it be that the seal really contained clues to the 9 Soul Palaces, and that the bottom of the seal was a map to the 9 Soul Palaces? The 9 seals corresponded to the 9 Soul Palaces? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Make your move. Ling Yue said somewhat impatiently. Then, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. Divine light burst forth and turned into terrifying attacks that attacked the light barrier. The light shield shook violently, but it did not break. However, they could clearly feel that as they attacked, the energy of the light barrier was constantly being depleted, and its power was constantly weakening. As long as they could continue to weaken and maintain it for a period of time, they would definitely be able to break it. The three of them did not stop attacking. After half an hour, the light barrier had already become dim. Gotcha! In the end, the sound of porcelain shattering came from the light barrier. Then, with a bang, it exploded and turned into specks of light that dissipated. The eyes of the three flashed, and almost at the same time, they reached out to grab the blue seal. However, when they grabbed the seal at the same time, they grabbed empty air. This seal was like a phantom. It could be seen but not grasped. The expressions of the three of them immediately turned ugly. Fake? Ling Yue frowned. It seems that it really is fake. It's just a projection, not a real body. Lu Ming said. There are a total of 9 seals. They might not all be fake. Let's go take a look at the next one. Xiao Wuji suggested. Sure, but let's make it clear first. No one can think of taking the seal for themselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Yue said. Of course. Lu Ming and Xiao Wuji nodded. Then, the three of them came to the next platform and saw a fiery red seal. The seal was also enveloped by a layer of light barrier. The three of them still attacked together. After half an hour, they broke through the light barrier. However, the seal was still not a real body. It was still a projection. This time, the three of them looked a little ugly. Could it be that the 9 seals were all phantoms and not real bodies? The three of them were naturally unwilling. How could they be satisfied if they did not open all of them? However, after breaking through 2 seals in a row, the three of them had exhausted a lot of energy and needed to recover. Lu Ming was still fine. The taboo body was distributed in 60 trillion cells. As long as the taboo power was still there, it would be difficult for him to get tired. However, he also had to pretend, so he took out a few divine pills and swallowed them. After all, his cells had to store potential. Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji also took out divine pills and refined them to recover. A few hours later, Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji had recovered to their peak state. Lu Ming also pretended to get up. The three of them continued to attack the light barrier outside the next seal. However, after breaking through, it was still a phantom. The three of them were unwilling to give up and continued to attack. The 4th seal was still a phantom. The three of them recovered and continued to attack. However, when they broke through the 5th seal, they finally had a great harvest. The 5th seal was a snow-white seal. This one was not a phantom, but a real one. The three of them were ecstatic. Xiao Wuji took the lead and held the seal in his hand, carefully examining it. The surface of the seal was carved with snow-white patterns. Most importantly, it was filled with mysterious lines that intertwined together. It looked like a map. Input your divine power and take a look. Ling Yue said expectantly. Xiao Wuji nodded and inserted his divine power into the snow-white seal. Suddenly, the seal glowed, especially the lines at the bottom of the seal. They actually wriggled and flew out from the bottom of the seal. They floated in the air and then combined in a mysterious pattern to form a map. It really is a map. The three of their eyes lit up. They were overjoyed. If I'm not wrong, this map should be the map to Bing Xian's life spirit palace. Xiao Wuji could not hide the excitement on his face. How about you leave this seal to me for safekeeping for now? Don't worry, I can swear on my life source that I will not take it for myself. Xiao Wuji said. Lu Ming and Ling Yue pondered for a moment and nodded. In any case, they had already memorized the map. Xiao Wuji took out a storage ring and put away the snow-white seal. Then, they continued to attack the remaining seals. Unfortunately, when they broke through the remaining 4 seals, they did not gain anything. The remaining 4 seals were all phantoms. Chapter 3856. In the end, only one of the 9 seals was real. The other 8 were all illusions. Looks like there's only one clue to the Life Spirit Hall here. The other 8 Life Spirit Halls need to be obtained through other channels. Lu Ming said. Even if there's only one clue, it's still worth it. As long as there are treasures left behind in Bing Xian's Life Spirit Hall, they're definitely very shocking. It's definitely not something this place can compare to. Xiao Wuji said with a fiery gaze. Let's go and see if there are any treasures in the other passageways. If there aren't any, we'll leave this place as soon as possible and explore Bing Xian's Life Spirit Hall. Ling Yue said. Immediately, they explored the other passageways. However, they had almost explored all of these passageways, so they didn't gain much. Then, they left this place. As soon as they left the door, they found that there were almost no living people outside. Corpses were lying everywhere. They were all experts of the Lingheng sect. As for the remaining experts of the Lingheng sect, they had probably fought with those strange creatures in other places. However, there were many storage rings left underground. The 3 of them naturally wouldn't miss them. In a flash, they put away the storage rings here and flew towards the exit. After flying for a distance. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The 3 of them saw a middle-aged man being torn apart alive by a group of strange creatures. However, those strange creatures didn't seem to see Lu Ming and the other 2 and rushed past them. The 3 of them knew that this was due to the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments. They increased their speed. Along the way, they could see those strange creatures attacking others from time to time. This world had already become a purgatory. Why aren't they attacked by those strange creatures? They must have treasures on them that can deter those strange creatures. Snatch them, only then can we survive. Not far away, a group of people flew past. These people all had blood stains on their bodies. All of them were injured. There were 15 of them. They had also come in to hunt soul beasts, but they were attacked by the strange creatures. There were originally more than 20 people, but only 15 people were left. It was not easy for them to break out of the encirclement. As they flew, they discovered that Lu Ming and the other 2 weren't attacked by the strange creatures. They immediately guessed that Lu Ming must have some kind of treasure on him that could deter the strange creatures. There was still quite a distance to the exit. And now, this evil spirit realm was filled with strange creatures. With their strength, it would be very difficult for them to successfully reach the exit. However, with Lu Ming's treasures, reaching the exit would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent flashed in their hearts. They immediately flew towards the 3 of them, blocking the path of Lu Ming's group. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Ling Yue said with a frown. What do you mean? Do you have any treasures that can deter those strange creatures? Hand them over. A red-skinned man shouted. That's right. We do have a treasure that can deter strange creatures, but it's not something you can have. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, I don't mind keeping you here. This time, it was Xiao Wuji who spoke. The Azura clan was a clan that killed people. These people dared to attack him, they were simply courting death. He, a mere quasi-emperor, you're quite arrogant. Let's see how you're going to keep us here. Shouted the red-skinned man coldly. He held a blood-red axe in his hand and swung it at Xiao Wuji's head. That red-skinned man had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. No wonder he didn't put Xiao Wuji in his eyes. However, his axe only chopped down halfway before it stopped. This was because a ray of black light shot out from Xiao Wuji's hand and pierced through the red-skinned man's forehead. The red-skinned man's eyes were wide open. He had died. What? The other 14 people were astonished. They hadn't thought that a quasi-emperor would be able to kill a godly emperor so easily. He's a monster. Let's attack together. Shouted the others. The remaining 14 people attacked together. A dozen attacks moved towards Lu Ming and the other 2. One of them was a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. His attacks were terrifying. You want to die? Shouted Lu Ming. Chio turned into a silver spear. He raised his spear and broke through the attacks, moving towards the cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. It was unbelievably fast. It looked like a silver lightning bolt. Slash. The cultivator of the second godly emperor layer was instantly killed. The spear pierced through his forehead. At the same time, Xiao Wuji and Ling Yue attacked. The remaining people couldn't withstand a single attack. In the blink of an eye, only a few of them were left. Run! The remaining people were scared out of their wits. They started running away madly. You want to leave now? It's too late. Xiao Wuji snorted coldly, his killing intent chilling. A vertical eye appeared between his brows, emitting rays of azure light. The remaining people were swept by the azure light and died on the spot. A bunch of idiots, said Xiao Wuji coldly. Lu Ming and Ling Yue didn't say anything. The three of them continued flying towards the exit. After that, they didn't encounter any accidents. Soon, the three of them arrived at the exit. At the exit, many people were flying towards it in fear. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and flew out of the exit. Outside the exit, there were people from the Lingheng sect guarding it. However, the Lingheng sect was already in chaos. The Lingheng sect patriarch and many other higher-ups had died in the evil spirit world. No one cared about Lu Ming and the other two. The three of them easily left the Lingheng sect's territory. On a remote planet, the three of them stopped and started studying the map on the Big Seal. The map was very complicated. They often had to use other maps to compare and analyze them to find the specific location. After studying for a while, the three of them finally found the specific location. It's actually in the Chaotic Devil Starfield. Ling Yue frowned. The Chaotic Devil Starfield? Where is it? Asked Lu Ming. The Chaotic Devil Starfield is a special starfield. It's close to the demon race. It's very chaotic. There are many big and small forces attacking each other. There are even many interstellar pirates who have nests there. Ling Yue explained. It's close to the demon race. Does the demon race not care? Lu Ming asked. The demon race was one of the top 10 races and was incomparably powerful. Beside the demon race, there was actually such a chaotic starfield that the demon race didn't care about. It said that the demon race deliberately didn't care and let Feng Zhan go. This is because the demon race would often send geniuses to the Chaotic Devil Starfield to train. Obviously, the demon race treated the Chaotic Devil Starfield as a training ground for the geniuses of the demon race. Ling Yue said. The demon race was the same as the Azura race. They were also very bloodthirsty. Their cultivation was very cruel and they had to experience all kinds of terrifying tempering. Chapter 38:57. Then let's go. Ling Yue said. After confirming the address, the three of them did not delay and headed toward the Chaotic Devil Starfield. The Chaotic Devil Starfield was very far away from here. Even with the wormhole, it would take a few months. A few months later, the three of them finally arrived at the Chaotic Devil Starfield. Kill! They had just entered the Chaotic Devil Starfield when they heard intense shouts. In the starry sky, two groups of people fought fiercely, and people were killed from time to time. These people were from the human race and other races. They all had one thing in common, which was that they all cultivated demonic arts. Their demonic chi surged into the sky, and their auras were incomparably violent. There was no lack of divine emperor experts among them. Lu Ming and the other two took a detour. The Chaotic Devil Starfield was full of chaos and killing. Sometimes, there was no need for a reason to make a move. It was better for them not to cause trouble. According to the map, the entrance to the mysterious Ice Life Soul Palace was located in the center of the Chaotic Devil Starfield. The three of them had to cross more than half of the Chaotic Devil Starfield. However, the three of them kept a low profile and specifically went to remote places. They did not encounter any danger. A few days later, they approached their destination without any danger. Their destination was a planet with life called the Ice Demon Star. However, when they approached the Ice Demon Star, they were dumbfounded. An intense battle was happening on the Ice Demon Star. The Ice Demon Star was filled with dazzling brilliance. That was the activation of a great formation. The Great Defensive Array formed a huge light shield that enveloped the entire planet. Outside the planet, there was a dense crowd of experts. Moreover, the experts were divided into many different forces, surrounding and attacking the Ice Demon Star. A large number of forces were joining forces to attack the Ice Demon Star. Lu Ming and the other two were speechless. What was going on? Their luck was too bad. They just happened to encounter many forces of the chaotic devil starfield attacking the Ice Demon Star. This was too much of a coincidence. I'll say it again. Our Ice Demon sect does not have the entrance to the mysterious Ice Life Soul Palace. We don't know either. A loud roar came from the Ice Demon Star. Whether there is or not, let us search and we will know. Outside the Ice Demon Star, an expert snorted. If I let you search, will my Ice Demon Star still exist? I'm afraid it will be destroyed by you. Within the Ice Demon Star, the voice from before rang out again. You don't have a choice. If you want to defend the Ice Demon Star to the death, then I can only destroy you and the Ice Demon Star together. An expert outside said coldly. In the distance, Lu Ming and the other two were dumbstruck. What was going on? How did these people know about Bing Xian's Life Spirit Palace? And he knew that the Ice Demon Star had the entrance to the Ice Xian Life Soul Palace? How was this possible? Only the three of them knew about this. Someone among them had leaked the news. The eyes of Lu Ming and the other two suddenly shone brightly as they looked at each other. Who leaked the news? Ling Yuwei's gaze swept over Xiao Wuji and Lu Ming, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Are you doubting me? What reason do I have to leak the information? Xiao Wuji said with a solemn expression. Who knows? Who knows what ulterior motives you have? I've long felt that something was wrong with you. Ling Yuwei sneered, and the aura on her body became cold. Relatively speaking, Ling Yuwei trusted Lu Ming more. This was because she was the one who had taken the initiative to find and cooperate with Lu Ming. As for Xiao Wuji, he had appeared halfway. He was unfathomable and extremely scheming. Lu Ming's gaze also looked at Xiao Wuji, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems like you don't believe me. Xiao Wuji sneered. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei did not say anything. Obviously, they did not believe in Xiao Wuji. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei did not completely trust each other. Ling Yuwei felt that the one who leaked the news was not Lu Ming. Lu Ming also felt that it was not impossible for Ling Yuwei to be the one who leaked the news. It was possible for any one of them to do so. However, what was the purpose of the leak? What benefits would it bring to the person who leaked the news of Bing Xian's Life Soul Palace? From the looks of it, it was obvious that many people in the Devil Chaos Star field knew about it. This was because among these people, some of them were extremely powerful, and some of them were not inferior to the sect master of the Spirit Heng sect. With so many experts entering Bing Xian's Life Soul Palace, the difficulty of obtaining the treasures would increase exponentially. What benefits would it bring to the person who leaked the news? Lu Ming could not figure it out. In any case, he knew that the person who leaked the news was definitely not him. Ice Demon Sect, since you refuse a toast, then let's destroy it. Everyone, let's attack together with all our might. First, we'll destroy the Ice Demon Sect, and then find the entrance to Bing Xian's Life Soul Palace. Outside, someone roared. Alright, let's attack together. Don't hide your strength. Cold shouts rang out. Following that, a terrifying aura rose up. Following that, a terrifying attack blasted towards the Ice Demon Star. The attacks were densely packed. It was unknown how many attacks blasted towards the Ice Demon Star. A small half of them were in the Divine Emperor realm. Activate the formation with all your might. Block it with all your might. A loud roar came from the Ice Demon Star. All over the huge planet, all the Ice Demon sect disciples were controlling the formation with all their might. The planet's formation was fully activated, emitting a dazzling radiance. However, when the attacks from the outside landed on the Grand Formation, the Grand Formation shook violently. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface, and in the next instant, the Grand Formation collapsed. Bam! Bam! On the Ice Demon Star, countless Ice Demon sect disciples' bodies exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Retreat, retreat, in the Ice Demon Star, someone roared, calling for the remaining people to retreat. After all, there were too many experts this time. Their planet's defensive formation had already been breached, and they could no longer fight. Humph, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't leave. Now you want to leave? It's too late. You've wasted my strength, and you still want to leave? All of you, die. The experts of the chaotic devil starfield outside were incomparably violent. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Wave after wave of attacks blasted towards the Ice Demon Star. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the Ice Demon Star had turned into a purgatory. Regardless of their cultivation level, they exploded and turned into ashes under the terrifying power. The frenzied bombardment lasted for a while. The Ice Demon Star, which was originally filled with vitality, had turned into a purgatory. Countless living beings were obliterated. There weren't many living beings left. Charge! Following that, the forces outside rushed towards the Ice Demon Star, looking for the entrance to Bing Xian's Life Spirit Palace. This time, the news of Bing Xian's Life Spirit Palace had suddenly spread across the chaotic devil starfield. It had shocked countless experts in the chaotic devil starfield. All the forces in the chaotic devil starfield were alarmed and rushed towards the Ice Demon Star. Those were the 9 Life Spirit Palaces under the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. The temptation was too great. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was an existence that could challenge the Heavenly Palace. How many treasures would there be in the 9 Life Spirit Palaces left behind? Chapter 38-58. The Ice Demon Star was completely engulfed in blood and fire. There were at least dozens of powerful evil forces wreaking havoc on the Ice Demon Star field. They claimed to be searching for the entrance to the Ice Demon Soul Palace, but in reality, they were burning, killing, and looting. The remaining people of the Ice Demon sect either escaped or were killed. A powerful force disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the chaotic devil star field. The destruction of forces happened at any time. In fact, these powerful and evil forces were even fighting each other on the Ice Demon Star. Kill. You're courting death. Get out of the Ice Demon Star. You're the ones courting death. On the Ice Demon Star, fighting continued. Shouts shook the sky, and divine light illuminated the dark starry sky. What should we do? Ling Yue asked. Wait, we can only wait and act according to the situation. Lu Ming said. There were too many powerful forces gathered in the chaotic devil star field. Some of them were already beyond their ability to deal with. If they rushed in recklessly, only death would await them. They could only act according to the situation. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the Ice Demon Star. Magma soared into the sky. Some people were fighting fiercely, destroying an area of the Ice Demon Star. Rubble flew everywhere, and magma rushed into the starry sky. Although the Ice Demon sect had laid down a formation on the Ice Demon Star, it still couldn't withstand the devastating attacks of so many experts. Finally, the Ice Demon Star couldn't take it anymore. Boom! Boom! Large explosions occurred in other areas. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The scene was terrifying. We didn't find the entrance to the Ice Demon Soul Palace. Then let's destroy the Ice Demon Star. I don't believe that the entrance to the Ice Demon Soul Palace can be hidden anywhere. That's right. Even if it's hidden in the core of the planet, we have to find it. Loud roars came from all over the Ice Demon Star. They were the leaders of the major forces, powerful and terrifying existences. As these experts spoke, the ice demon star trembled even more violently. Previously, it was only the aftershocks of some people fighting that bombarded the ice demon star. Now, many experts took the initiative to attack the ice demon star. The ice demon star was just an ordinary planet. Even if the ice demon sect had laid down a formation, it was useless. It kept crumbling. Boom! Finally, with a deafening explosion, the ice demon star completely exploded. From afar, it looked like a firework. The densely packed sound echoed as they rapidly retreated to avoid the impact of the star explosion. However, the weak creatures that originally lived on the ice demon star had already been reduced to ashes the moment the ice demon star exploded. In that instant, it was unknown just how many creatures fell, the number at least in the billions. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This battle was too intense. The chaotic devil star field was truly chaotic. In fact, in the primitive universe, most battles wouldn't affect such planets. Most of the time, they would destroy meteorites, barren planets, or resource planets. It was rare to destroy this kind of life planet because there were too many creatures living on it. Destroying it would result in too many deaths. Moreover, on a planet with life, there would usually be a powerful planet array. Some of the aftershocks would be very difficult to extinguish. When some terrifying existences fought, they would restrain themselves or fly into the vast starry skies to fight. This could be considered an unwritten law of the great desolate universe. Of course, there were some extermination battles that couldn't be bothered so much. Destroying a planet with life was common. Of course, some high-level life planets and super-life planets were difficult to destroy. After all, they were very stable. Not to mention the mother planet. For example, the mother planet of the dragon race was still immortal after experiencing the extermination of the dragon race. Slowly, the ice demon star exploded into rubble and flew into the vast starry skies. However, a stone door appeared at the location of the ice demon star. The stone door was very tall, at least 10,000 feet tall, and floated in the starry skies. Many people were flabbergasted and then overjoyed. The entrance to the ice demon's soul palace. This was most likely the entrance to the ice demon's soul palace. It was actually a stone door that was hidden in the core of the ice demon star. Just now, the ice demon star had been destroyed, and this stone door had appeared. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Xiao Wuji were also stunned. This scene was also beyond their expectations. If they came alone, it would not be easy to find. First, how to hide the ice demon's sect's attention. Second, unless they searched the entire surface of the ice demon sect, they might not think of going to the core of the ice demon star to search. That would definitely waste a lot of time. Even though they did not know who had leaked the news, it would save them a lot of time. Open it. Swish, 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 in the blink of an eye, at least 100 silhouettes rushed towards the stone door. Boom, 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 these people bombarded the stone door, but the stone door shook violently and showed no signs of opening. It was as steady as Mount Tai. Attack from the other side. Someone appeared behind the stone door. Actually, the two sides of the stone door looked the same. They looked the same. Boom, boom, boom. These people attacked from the back, but it was useless. They still could not open it. Get out of the way. Someone shouted loudly, stepping out. That person's chi was extremely terrifying. His chi was like smoke, piercing through the starry skies. It's the leader of the demon alligator clan. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing this person. It was a tall and sturdy old man. He was very famous in the chaotic demon star area. He was the leader of a terrifying group and had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. The 7th godly emperor layer was already at the top of the chaotic demon star area. There were not many people like that in the entire chaotic demon star area. Demon alligator, since you're here, I'll also join in the fun. Someone laughed and a silhouette appeared. That person was surrounded by demonic fog and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, his chi was extremely terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than the leader of the demon alligator clan. After that, 7 or 8 people appeared. Their chi was terrifying. The weakest of those people had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. It could be said that the most terrifying group of people in the chaotic demon star area had arrived. Bing Xian's life soul palace is destined to belong to the Blood Skull Pirate group. A cold and tyrannical voice sounded. Then, ripples appeared in the void. A large group of people suddenly appeared in the void. Those people's chi was terrifying, especially the leader of the group. He was the leader of the demon alligator clan and had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. It's the Blood Skull Pirate group. The faces of the people of the chaotic devil starfield darkened and became extremely solemn. The Blood Skull Pirate group was terrifyingly strong. They were spread all over the universe. The chaotic demon star area also had a branch of the Blood Skull Pirate group. Those people were the strongest cultivators of the Blood Skull Pirate group in the chaotic demon star area. The Blood Skull Pirate group again. In the distance, Lu Ming was speechless. Why did he have to meet the Blood Skull Pirate group everywhere? Chapter 38:59. Since he had killed the young master of the Blood Skull Pirates, wherever he went, he would run into people from the Blood Skull Pirates. He also had that strange cursing strength on his body. If he got too close to the Blood Skull Pirates, they would sense his presence. He had already searched his body, but he hadn't found the cursing strength. He didn't know where it was hidden. It seemed like he had to find an opportunity to search his body from head to toe. The leader of the Blood Skull Pirates was a cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer. He stepped forwards and walked towards the stone door. Let's join hands and open the door. When we get to the Xian Ice Life Palace, we'll fight for the treasures, said the leader of the demon crocodile clan. Join hands? Fight for the treasures? You think you're qualified? I'm telling you, piss off. The Xian Ice Life Palace belongs to the Blood Skull Pirates, shouted the cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer from the Blood Skull Pirates. What? You want to keep it for yourself? Many people's expressions changed, and some people shouted angrily. It seems like you're not stupid. Piss off, said the strong cultivator of the Blood Skull Pirates, smiling coldly. The Blood Skull Pirates are indeed strong, but in the chaotic demon star area, you're just a branch. You think you can threaten all of us? Ridiculous, said the leader of the demon crocodile clan. Indeed. Besides, will the strong cultivators of the Blood Skull Pirates dare come here? If they do, I don't mind spreading the news. There are many strong clans in the chaotic universe who want to destroy the Blood Skull Pirates, said another strong cultivator, smiling coldly. The strong cultivators of the chaotic demon star area were all cruel and ruthless. How could they be easily threatened? If the Blood Skull Pirates dared threaten them, they would threaten them back. The Blood Skull Pirates were indeed strong, but the strong cultivators of the Blood Skull Pirates headquarters wouldn't dare come to the chaotic demon star area. If they did, they would spread the news and many clans would try to destroy the Blood Skull Pirates. The Blood Skull Pirates were notorious. They had offended many strong clans, and many clans wanted to destroy them. They were scattered all the time, so it was difficult to find their headquarters. The strong cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer grunted coldly, but he didn't say anything. Indeed, the experts of the Blood Skull Pirate gang didn't dare to come here, because this place was close to the territory of the devils. If the devils sent a few experts here, the Blood Skull Pirate gang would be wiped out. Why don't you join forces? If you don't want to, then so be it, the patriarch of the demon crocodile clan said. Then, with a long roar, he transformed into a demon crocodile that was tens of thousands of meters long. His body was covered with pitch-black scales, and his demon chi soared into the sky. Whoosh! His tail lashed out at the stone door like a bolt of lightning. Its power was terrifying, and the entire starry sky trembled. Boom, 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 the other cultivators of the 6th and 7th godly emperor layers also attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks bombarded the stone gate. With so many experts attacking together, the power was shocking. It could destroy a large area of the starry sky and destroy countless planets. In the end, these attacks all landed on the stone door. However, the stone door only shook and showed no signs of opening. "Again!" shouted the leader of the demon alligator clan. He continued attacking. The others also attacked. This time, even the strongest cultivators of the Blood Skull pirate gang attacked, but it was useless. The stone door was as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't move at all. The strong cultivators attacked continuously, but after a while, they still couldn't break it. "Damn it!" shouted some people furiously. In the end, they stopped attacking. "Fuck. Could it be that the stone door can't be broken? Is there a deployment spell on it?" shouted some people furiously. However, after studying it for a while, they didn't have a clue. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others were watching. At that moment, Xiao Wuji looked around and suddenly flew towards the stone door. He was extremely fast. By the time Lu Ming and Ling Yue came back to their senses, Xiao Wuji had already flown far away. "Fuck. What does he want to do?" Lu Ming and Ling Yue were astonished. Lu Ming wanted to chase after him, but he had misgivings. The strong cultivators of the Blood Skull pirate gang were guarding there. If he chased after him, he would most likely be discovered by the Blood Skull pirate gang. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't chase after him, Ling Yue also didn't follow him. She was no match for Xiao Wuji alone. With this delay, Xiao Wuji had already flown far away and approached the stone door. No one stopped Xiao Wuji. In fact, there were many people around the stone door. Many of them were studying it, and the strong cultivators couldn't be bothered. After all, the stone door couldn't be opened. Soon, Xiao Wuji arrived at the stone door. At that moment, he took out the snow-white seal. As soon as the seal was taken out, it immediately emitted a bright light. Countless runes shone and emitted a powerful fluctuation. Then, the seal flew out and grew rapidly. Buzz! The stone door also began to vibrate, as if it was resonating with the seal. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Many strong cultivators looked at Xiao Wuji, and their eyes lit up. Suddenly, the large seal flew toward the stone gate. It actually flew directly into the stone gate and disappeared. Gotcha! The stone door shook and then opened to both sides. The stone door was about to open. Many people's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that seal to be the key to opening the stone door. Xiao Wuji never mentioned it to us. Ling Yue gritted her teeth. I'm afraid that Xiao Wuji was the one who leaked the news. I just don't know why he leaked the news and attracted so many experts. Lu Ming said. It was obvious that they had all been tricked by Xiao Wuji. The one who leaked the news was definitely Xiao Wuji. Rumble. After a while, the stone door opened completely. Hoo-hoo, as soon as the stone door opened, a cold wind blew out. Through the stone door, one could clearly see that there was a snow-white world inside. It was a strange feeling. The stone door floated in the air. Both sides were empty, but once the stone door opened, it led to an unfamiliar world. This was a spatial door. Swish! Xiao Wuji reacted quickly. As soon as the stone door opened, he rushed into it and disappeared. Charge in. Charge. The others also reacted and rushed towards the stone door. A few top experts were the fastest. In a flash, they rushed into the stone door. After that, the others also rushed into the stone door. In less than a minute, everyone in the starry sky had rushed into the starry sky and disappeared. Gotcha! After everyone rushed into the stone gate actually started to slowly close. Not good. Let's go in too. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions changed. They rushed towards the stone door as fast as they could. Chapter 3860. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei were very fast. They flew through the air and arrived at the stone door in the blink of an eye. Finally, before the stone door closed, they rushed into the stone door. When the two of them rushed through the stone door, it closed with a kacha sound. Then, it quickly became illusory and transparent. In the end, it completely disappeared from the void, as if it had never appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled, bone-chilling. After Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei rushed through the stone door, they arrived at a world of ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of white that stretched as far as the eye could see. Is the ice profound life's soul hall a world of ice and snow? Lu Ming whispered. Swish. Suddenly, a few figures flew past in the distance. They were people from the Devil Chaos Star region. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming said. After that, the two of them followed behind the few people from before and flew in that direction. After crossing several snow-covered mountain ranges, they saw a few palaces built on top of a mountain peak. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds came from those palaces. Demonic light shot into the sky as a few figures rushed out and engaged in an intense battle. Soon after, someone screamed miserably and was killed here. Blood dyed the snow red. The remaining people were still fighting fiercely. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei looked at each other and flew over. This was because these people's cultivations weren't very high. They were all at the first level of the Divine Emperor realm. As soon as Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei approached, they were discovered by the few people who were fighting. Humph, a mere divine lord wants to join in the fun? You're courting death. One of the sturdy men wearing a black robe with a tiger embroidered on it coldly shouted. With a shake of his demonic blade, 2 rays of blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. This person was very strong. Amongst the few people in the chaotic battle, his battle strength was the highest and also the most tyrannical. The saber light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei. Humph! Ling Yuwei snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, 2 arrows shot out, blocking the 2 saber beams. The burly man with the tiger embroidered on his robe was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Ling Yuwei to be so strong that she could block his attack. He was about to continue attacking, but Ling Yuwei didn't give him the chance. Ling Yuwei condensed a longbow in her hand. She pulled the bowstring and an arrow flew out, flying towards the burly man whose robe was embroidered with a fierce tiger. The speed of the arrow was astonishing. It pierced through the void like a falling meteor. Not good. The burly man's expression changed drastically as he felt the terrifying power of this arrow. As he frantically retreated, the demonic path in his hand continuously slashed out. However, it was useless. A mere first layer of the Divine Emperor realm couldn't block a single attack from Ling Yuwei. Puff! As the arrow flew past, the burly man with a tiger embroidered on his robe was pierced between his eyebrows, and he died on the spot. Hiss! When the remaining people looked at Ling Yuwei, their eyes were filled with fear. They never thought that Ling Yuwei, a quasi-emperor, would have such terrifying battle prowess. She killed a powerful divine emperor in one move. They were secretly afraid. Fortunately, they weren't the ones who attacked just now. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. The remaining people stopped their chaotic battle at the same time and looked at Ling Yuwei cautiously. All of you, scram! Ling Yuwei coldly shouted, very domineering. Little girl, we were the ones who discovered this place. Isn't it too overbearing for you to tell us to scram now? Someone spoke up, his eyes flashing with a cunning light. These people were all experts of the Devil Chaos Star field. To be able to survive in the Devil Chaos Star field and obtain a good harvest, they were all extremely daring, scheming, and ruthless people. He wouldn't be easily scared away by Ling Yuwei. If you don't scram, then I'll have to personally make you scram, Ling Yuwei said coldly as she stepped forward. The bow in her hand emitted a resplendent light. However, those people suddenly moved. Their figures dispersed, constantly changing their positions in the air. They had just sent a sound transmission and decided to join hands. Previously, they were still enemies and were fighting each other. However, facing Ling Yue, this common enemy, they chose to join hands. Humph, don't think that you can dodge my bow and arrow just like that. Ling Yue snorted coldly, and another arrow flew out. Her arrows could lock onto her opponent. No matter how the opponent dodged, they would be able to dodge Ling Yue's arrows. This is bad. That person was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. In the next moment, he was pierced by the arrow. However, the moment Ling Yue shot out the arrow, the eyes of two experts from the Devil Chaos Star Field lit up and flashed with cold killing intent. Catch that brat! These two experts pounced towards Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming was only at the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm, so he was definitely not that strong. As long as they took down Lu Ming, they would be able to use Lu Ming to threaten Ling Yue. In the blink of an eye, they had thought of this move. They could be said to be cunning. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Lu Ming. You think I'm a soft persimmon? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. His arms trembled, his strength erupted, and he suddenly threw out a few punches. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying fist forces pierced through the void, crushing towards the two experts of the Chaotic Devil Starfield. Ah! Damn it, how is this possible? The two experts from the Chaotic Devil Star Field screamed in disbelief. Their voices were filled with fear. The moment Lu Ming made his move, they could feel that Lu Ming's battle prowess was simply terrifying. How could an 8th level Divine Lord have such horrifying strength? Then, their bodies were annihilated by the fist force, and they died. The last remaining person was from the Chaotic Devil Starfield. Seeing this scene, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Evildoers, evildoers. Two evildoers, run! He roared in his heart as he frantically retreated. However, how could Ling Yue let him escape? An arrow flew past and took care of this person. In this area, only Lu Ming and Ling Yue were left. The two of them stepped out and flew toward the palace on top of the snowy mountain. The palace had been maintained in perfect condition. The doors to the palace were all open. However, it was completely silent, without the slightest sound. The two of them walked into the palace and discovered that everything inside was complete. Tables, chairs, and so on, everything was available. Moreover, it could be seen that they were all using very high-grade materials. However, when the two of them carefully sensed it, they discovered that these materials had already lost all their spirituality and had become trash. Thinking about it, the Life Spirit Heavenly Court was a powerful force in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era. It was already very far away from the present. Unless it was an extremely high-level divine weapon and had a seal, it would be very difficult to preserve it completely. It was normal for its spirituality to be lost. The two of them scanned the area and then walked towards a corridor behind the hall. Soon, they arrived at a backyard. However, when they arrived here, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's hearts trembled violently. This was because there were some living beings in the backyard. There were all kinds of races, but these living beings had all turned into dried corpses. Yes, they were like skeletons. It was as if their essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked away. Book Guest Reading Website. Chapter 3861. All of the living beings, about 100 of them, had their essence, energy, and spirit sucked out and turned into dried corpses. Obviously, these people were the residents of this palace. These dried corpses were sealed in ice, which was why they didn't decay. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue carefully examined them and discovered that these people didn't have the slightest injuries. There were no signs of fighting at the scene. It was as if these creatures had their essence, energy, and spirit sucked away by a terrifying existence in an instant. The two of them observed for a moment, but didn't find anything. They continued to walk inside and discovered some rooms. When they walked into the room, their pupils shrank again. In the room, there was a humanoid creature sitting at the table drinking tea. He still maintained the posture of drinking tea, but his body had already turned into a dried corpse. It was the same as the people in the backyard. Following that, they looked at several rooms in a row and saw similar problems. It was as if these creatures had unknowingly had their essence, energy, and spirit sucked away. What happened back then? Could it be that a terrifying existence suddenly descended and sucked away the essence, energy, and spirit of these creatures? The two of them guessed. This was because there were no signs of fighting in this palace. Everything was complete. If it was said that the experts of the heavenly palace had killed their way to the door and exterminated the people of the heavenly court, how could they be so complete? There should be traces of fighting. Unless the person who attacked was too strong, so strong that no one had the slightest ability to resist. They couldn't figure it out. The two of them couldn't figure it out, so they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and continue to investigate. However, after walking around for a long time, he didn't find anything. Although the divine pills, divine medicines, and refining materials had all been preserved here and hadn't been taken away by anyone, too much time had passed. They had lost all their spirituality and were no longer of any use. Even the storage rings of the living beings had collapsed due to the passage of time. This palace shouldn't be much in the ice profound life soul palace. It's relatively low level and doesn't have any high level treasures. All the materials aren't sealed either. If it's a high level place and some treasures are sealed, they should be able to be preserved perfectly. Ling Yue said. He seemed to be comforting himself. If it was like this, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip? The two of them left this place and continued forward in one direction. However, after flying for some distance, Lu Ming frowned and looked in a certain direction. In the distant sky, there were two big men coldly looking at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. When they saw that Lu Ming had discovered them, their figures flashed and they left. Who is it? Ling Yue said. I don't know, but I'm sure he's up to no good. Let's be careful. Lu Ming said. Immediately, the two of them changed directions and flew in another direction. However, not long after, Lu Ming felt that he was being followed again. He glanced in a direction and saw a few figures looking at him from afar. After being discovered by Lu Ming, these people left in a flash. Are they from the Blood Skull Pirates? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned solemn. This was very likely. After all, the forces in the Devil Chaos Star Field didn't know him. Only the Blood Skull Pirates had a grudge against him. Moreover, he had killed the young master of the Blood Skull Pirates, and his body was entangled with a wisp of cursed power. The Blood Skull Pirates could sense it. Could it be that the Blood Skull Pirates had discovered him, but because of their small number, they didn't dare to make a move and were waiting for the experts of the Blood Skull Pirates to come? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Not good, we're being watched. We have to get rid of these people quickly. Lu Ming said. Let's go. Ling Yue said. Immediately, the two of them kept changing their positions and even used some camouflage. An hour later. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, the void shook. The space in front of Lu Ming and the others suddenly trembled, and a large group of figures suddenly appeared. At least 100 people blocked Lu Ming and the others' path. Blood Skull Pirates. Lu Ming's face changed. As Nia Tian had expected, these people were from the Blood Skull Pirates. The leader was a burly man with a face full of curly hair. He was the 7th layer Divine Emperor Realm expert of the Blood Skull Pirates. In addition, there were several 6th layer Divine Emperor Realm experts, all of whom were extremely terrifying. He had really been discovered by the Blood Skull Pirates. The bearded man's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing towards Lu Ming, filled with a tyrannical aura. Brat, it seems like you're the one who killed the young master of my Blood Skull Pirates. How dare you show up here? Good, very good. The tyrannical aura in the bearded man's eyes became even stronger. The terrifying aura made the atmosphere between heaven and earth extremely oppressive. Go, you go first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. In the face of so many experts, even if Ling Yue stayed, she wouldn't be of much use. It was better to let Ling Yue leave first. Let's go together, Ling Yue said. The two of them retreated at the same time, quickly flying backward. You still want to leave? Stay. A few experts of the Blood Skull Pirates rushed towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. From afar, they condensed a few big hands and grabbed towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Of course, these people were not the strongest. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were not quasi-emperors yet. They didn't think that they needed to send out people of the 6th or 7th layer Divine Emperor realm. In fact, the 3 people who attacked were all of the 3rd layer Divine Emperor realm. In their opinion, 3rd layer Divine Emperor realm cultivation was enough. Spirit Arrow. A towering tree appeared behind Ling Yue. A majestic green chi flowed into her body. Her body emitted a dazzling light, and a few dazzling arrows soared into the sky. Boom! 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 The arrows and the huge hands collided, and a violent explosion erupted. Ling Yue's face turned pale. She quickly retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward. Qiuqiu had already turned into armor, covering his body. He was holding a silver spear in his hand. The spear shook and stabbed out a few times. 3 moonlight spear lights pierced through the void, stabbing towards the 3 experts of the Blood Skull Pirates. It was extremely fast, like the light of the moon, unfathomable. Not good. The 3 3rd layer Divine Emperor realm experts of the Blood Skull Pirates paled. They felt the terror of the spear and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In fact, when they attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue, they didn't even think of retreating. Did they need to retreat when they were just quasi-emperors and 8th layer Divine Emperors? It was too late to regret now. You dare, the bearded man roared. Puff! Puff! The moonlight spear flashed, and the 3 3rd layer Divine Emperor realm experts of the Blood Skull Pirates died. Damn it, this brat. The Blood Skull Pirates were shocked. They roared at the same time and attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue. This time, the truly terrifying existence made a move. Chapter 3862. This time, the Blood Skull Pirates had sent out some formidable experts. Several cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor realm attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Their terrifying attacks covered the sky and covered the sun, heading toward Lu Ming and Ling Yue. A cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer was terrifying. He could destroy the starry sky. Not to mention 8th level Divine Lords and Quasi-Emperors, even Divine Emperors would be killed in large numbers. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions were extremely grave. Each of these existences was equivalent to the previous sect master of the Lingheng sect. Elven Royal Bow. Ling Yue directly took out the Elven King's bow that was stained with blood, and all the power in her body poured into the Elven King's bow. With a swoosh, a terrifying arrow flew out, as if it came from the Elven King from countless years ago. That arrow was terrifyingly powerful. A cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer of the Blood Skull Pirate group's expression changed drastically. He raised his hands and 2 pitch-black skeletal hands moved towards the arrow. He wanted to grab it. The 2 attacks collided in an instant. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out as the 2 of them reached a stalemate. However, the stalemate only lasted for a few breaths of time before the pitch-black skeletal hand was pierced through. Then, the arrow flew through the air and shot towards the Blood Skull Pirate. Ah! The blood skeleton let out a blood-curdling screech as its body was pierced through. It was sent flying backward while coughing up blood. It was severely injured. That person's eyes were filled with deep fear. Shao Chen was only a quasi-emperor, yet he was able to severely injure him with 1 arrow and even make him feel the threat of death. One could imagine the shock in his heart. The other experts who were charging towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue were also shocked. It's that blood-stained bow. However, with her cultivation, it must be very difficult for her to use such a weapon. That's right. I don't believe that he can use it a second time. Let's kill him in one go. The remaining 2 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer immediately realized what was going on. Their eyes were sharp. Instead of retreating, they pounced on Lu Ming and Ling Yue at an even faster speed. Their terrifying attacks emitted even more shocking waves of energy. Hoo! At this time, a bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Gale Pearl. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique to draw out a power from the Gale Pearl. That strength turned into a hurricane and swept the 2 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Blood Skull pirate group into it. The terrifying gale erupted with a terrifying cutting power, as well as a terrifying high temperature, crazily attacking the 2 experts. Sizzle, a strange voice spread throughout the entire area, accompanied by the angry shouts of the 2 experts. In the next moment, the 2 figures retreated rapidly, looking at Lu Ming in shock and anger. Numerous wounds had appeared on their bodies. It was a horrifying sight. Even with their cultivation, they were still injured by the energy inside the Gale Pearl. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Blood Skull pirate group had been injured by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. If other people had seen this, their jaws would have dropped. Go! Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to tell Ling Yue telepathically. The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light and retreated rapidly. The cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were too strong. Even if the 2 of them used their full strength, they still couldn't kill their opponents. They could only injure them. If their opponents continued attacking, they would probably threaten them. It was better to leave. Damn it. Quick, attack together. Keep them here. The burly man from the Blood Skull Pirates roared furiously. His raging and ice-cold killing intent seemed to be able to freeze the void. The bearded man hadn't attacked before because he thought that he didn't need to do anything to deal with Lu Ming and Ling Yue. There were 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer there. He would never have thought that 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer would be injured. At this time, he had no choice but to attack himself. Boom! A pitch-black skeleton claw appeared. It was incomparably huge. It broke the air and grabbed Lu Ming and Ling Yue. How terrifying! A cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer was 10 times more terrifying than 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. The pitch-black skeletal claws directly grabbed the gale that Lu Ming had drawn out. A terrifying roar sounded. These strong winds were directly pierced through and collapsed. Although a portion of the black claw's strength had been weakened, it still grabbed towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The claw hadn't arrived yet, but Lu Ming and Ling Yue sensed a terrifying danger. Their hair stood on end. If they were caught this time, the only thing that awaited them would be death. Let's go all out. Ling Yue looked ruthless. She continued picking up the elven royal bow. Her strength kept pouring into the elven royal bow, and an arrow condensed. She couldn't just give up. She had to fight with all her might. Unfortunately, Ling Yue's strength was too low, and the elven royal bow with blood was too high. Shooting an arrow was already Ling Yue's limit. Therefore, when she wanted to pull the second arrow, her delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as snow. The arrow that had just been condensed halfway also collapsed and disappeared. Explode for me! Lu Ming shouted loudly, pulling the strong wind from the Great Divine Wind technique to the extreme. Another terrifying gale swept out from the zephyr bead in his hand, sweeping towards the bearded man. Boom! The bearded man was like a divine mountain. His body carried a tyrannical aura. Using the black skeleton claw to open a path, he rushed past and defeated the powerful gale. Lu Ming's Great Divine Wind technique was still lacking. He couldn't trigger a stronger gale from the zephyr bead, and couldn't cause destructive damage to the bearded man. Breaking through the gale, the bearded man's figure quickly approached Lu Ming and Ling Yue. It's really shocking that 2 juniors can force me to personally take action. However, you're still a bit inexperienced. Now, take the initiative to hand over the treasures in your hands, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. The bearded man said coldly. His eyes were fixed on the zephyr bead in Lu Ming's hand and the elven royal bow in Ling Yuwei's hand, revealing a scorching and greedy light. These two treasures made him incomparably passionate. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei were only at the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm and the Quasi-Emperor realm. If they could unleash such power, then how much power could they unleash in his hands? What should we do? At this moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei's thoughts raced as they thought of countermeasures. The two of them were the kind of people who wouldn't give up easily. Even in the face of a desperate situation, the two of them wouldn't give up easily. As long as there was a sliver of a chance, they would give it their all. However, at this moment, the other experts of the Blood Skull Pirates also surrounded them, including the 3 6th-level Divine Emperor realm existences. The two of them were in a fatal crisis. Chapter 3863. Go, you go first. At this time, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yuwei. Lu Ming thought of a countermeasure, and that was the purple copper coffin. This was the only trump card that Lu Ming could use right now. However, every time he used the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming would tremble in fear. He didn't know what unexpected things would happen. Therefore, before using the purple copper coffin, it was best to let Ling Yuwei leave first to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Let me go first. Then you, Ling Yuwei was startled. Don't worry, once you leave, I have a way to leave. Lu Ming said. Ling Yuwei's eyes flickered. She guessed that Lu Ming might have some terrifying trump card that he couldn't use in front of her. All right, I'll go first. Be careful. In the end, Ling Yuwei nodded and turned into a green ray of light, quickly retreating. You want to leave? Stay. The bearded man shouted loudly. A terrifying aura erupted and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire space. The entire space seemed to have turned solid, causing Ling Yuwei's speed to drop drastically. At the same time, the bearded man was about to attack Ling Yuwei. At this moment, the purple copper coffin appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Ka-cha! Lu Ming suddenly pushed the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin made a ka-cha sound and opened a crack. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. When the bearded man felt this aura, his entire body immediately tensed up. He let out a strange cry of fear and retreated backwards like a mouse meeting a cat. What is this? The bearded man stared at the purple copper coffin in Lu Ming's hands in fear. His eyes were filled with fear. Just now, he seemed to have felt an incomparably terrifying existence staring at him from within the purple copper coffin. It was as if he was an ant in front of such an existence and could be blown to death with a single breath. Therefore, he subconsciously retreated backwards. And with this delay, Ling Yuwei had long since disappeared without a trace. Shwa! Lu Ming carried the purple copper coffin and also chose a direction to fly in. Strange, there is no reaction from the purple copper coffin. While flying, Lu Ming was surprised. In the past, every time he opened the purple copper coffin, there would be a powerful force that would destroy his enemies. However, this time, other than the terrifying aura, there was no attack from the purple copper coffin. At that moment, the burly man and the other members of the Blood Skull Pirates also noticed the anomaly. No movement. The bearded man was doubtful. Only the aura was being emitted, and there was no other movement. Could it be fake? Was all of this a smokescreen? Chase him. Don't let him escape. The curly-bearded man gave the order and rushed out, chasing after Lu Ming. The others also chased after Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. In terms of speed, he was far inferior to the Blood Skull Pirates. Soon, the distance between the two sides was shortened. However, none of the Blood Skull Pirates dared to get too close to Lu Ming. This was because they were afraid of the purple copper coffin. A moment ago, the aura being emitted from the purple copper coffin was too terrifying. It made them tremble with fear, and they were afraid that there would be a terrifying attack. Just like that, Lu Ming quickly flew away, and the Blood Skull Pirates chased after him. Before they knew it, they had already flown a long distance. Humph. It's been so long. Is it really an illusion? The bearded man revealed a look of bewilderment. You, go and check it out. The bearded man looked at an old man in linen clothes and ordered. The old man in linen clothes' expression changed drastically. The bearded man didn't dare to go up himself, but he had ordered him to. It was obvious that he wanted him to go first. If there was any danger, he would be the one to die, not the bearded man. He didn't want to, but he had to obey the bearded man's order. In the Blood Skull Pirates, the hierarchy was very strict. If a superior gave an order, the superior could kill the subordinate if he didn't obey. Even though he had the cultivation base of the 5th godly emperor layer, he would be killed instantly by the bearded man who had the cultivation base of the 7th godly emperor layer. You don't want to go? The bearded man's eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll go, said the old man in linen clothes hastily. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming. Little boy, go to hell, shouted the old man in linen clothes ferociously. He quickly flew towards Lu Ming. Of course, he was very careful. He had at least 10 layers of defense around himself. Even though he was shouting loudly, he was actually very careful. He didn't dare to get close to Lu Ming at all. Instead, he slowly closed the distance between him and Lu Ming. Suddenly, another powerful aura erupted from the purple copper coffin. Ah! Shouted the old man in linen clothes. He jumped up like a frightened rabbit and quickly retreated. His face was pale and his heart was still pounding. However, this time, there was only chi coming from the purple copper coffin. Apart from that, there was no other movement. There's still no reaction. It seems like the purple copper coffin will react to anything. I can't rely on the purple copper coffin too much in the future, thought Lu Ming. He didn't slow down at all and continued flying. What a piece of trash, scolded the bearded man as he glanced coldly at the old man in linen clothes. However, he didn't dare to get close to him. Damn it! What's in that copper coffin? Roared the bearded man in his heart. However, he wasn't willing to leave just like that. Not to mention the treasures in Lu Ming's hands, just the fact that Lu Ming was the one who had killed the young master of the Blood Skull Pirates was enough for him to not let him go. Otherwise, if the leader of the Blood Skull Pirates found out that he had let Lu Ming go, he would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, the burly man with the curly beard and his men followed closely behind Lu Ming. Just like that, another 2 hours passed. It's been so long, but there's still no reaction. This kid is probably bluffing. He's probably trying to confuse me, thought the bearded man in his heart. The look of brutality in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He was considering whether he should take the risk and attack. I can't let this go on. I won't be able to fool him for long. I have to find a way to escape. Lu Ming's mind raced. If this went on, the old man would definitely take the risk and attack him. If the copper coffin didn't unleash its might, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the old man by himself. Only death would await him. That's, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flickered. There was a snowy mountain in front of him. Gazing into the distance, he could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. Even though he was so far away, he could still feel a terrifying coldness filling the air. Even with Lu Ming's current physical strength, he felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Only by unleashing his forbidden power was he able to ward off the coldness. Such a terrifying coldness. If it's already so terrifying from such a distance, it must be even more terrifying in the depths of the snowy mountain. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to shake off the Blood Skull Pirates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 3864. When Lu Ming saw that terrifying snowy mountain, he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was delighted. He flew towards the snowy mountain at an even faster speed. Hoo. Once he flew into the range of the snow mountain, he immediately felt a gust of terrifying cold wind blowing toward him. A layer of frost immediately condensed on his body. Lu Ming covered his entire body with the taboo power and barely managed to block the chill of the frost. Only a monstrous cultivator like Lu Ming could withstand such a terrifying cold wind. If it had been anyone else who had not broken through to the godly emperor layer, they would have turned into an ice sculpture. Lu Ming sensed that the deeper they went into the snowy mountain, the colder it would be. When the Blood Skull pirates arrived, their facial expressions changed drastically. That little boy wants to use the cold chi to block us. Humph. What a fool, said the bearded man while smiling coldly. He could easily see through Lu Ming's plan, but he didn't care. His cultivation level was much higher than Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming could block the cold wind, he could block it too. If he couldn't block it, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to block it before he did. When Lu Ming couldn't block the cold chi anymore, he would definitely use all his trump cards. At that time, they would be able to see if there was anything strange about the copper coffin. They continued flying towards the depths of the snowy mountain. The coldness was becoming more and more terrifying. Lu Ming had the feeling that his body was going to freeze. His blood was going to freeze. Even if he used forbidden strength, it was useless. His forbidden strength was still too weak. He couldn't block the cold chi. His body was covered in a layer of ice and he was moving slower and slower. At that moment, some of the Blood Skull pirates couldn't block it anymore. Especially those who had the strength of the third godly emperor layer and below. Their bodies were covered in a layer of ice. Their bodies, including their soul, were going to freeze. Those people had no choice but to stop because if they continued, they would die. Only those who had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer and above could continue. Humph, I want to see what tricks you're playing. The bearded man grunted coldly. His cultivation level was incredible. He had the strength of the seventh godly emperor layer, and he had awakened many times. Violent divine power burst out continuously, forming shockwaves that rushed out in all directions, pushing away the chill in the surroundings. He was still very relaxed. I really didn't expect the coldness here to be so terrifying. Even my taboo energy can't block it. I can only rely on the Zephyr Pearl. Lu Ming thought. When he rushed into the snow mountain, he had already thought of a countermeasure, which was to rely on the Gale Pearl. The gale inside the Gale Pearl not only had destructive power, it also had a terrifyingly high temperature, which was just nice to be used to resist the chill here. Lu Ming immediately used the Great Divine Wind technique, drawing out a gust of strong wind from the Gale Pearl. Lu Ming's body seemed to be surrounded by a gust of wind. A circle of strong wind enveloped Lu Ming. The high temperature of the strong wind and the cold air of the surroundings were two extremes. When the two extremes collided, there was a dense explosion. As expected, I blocked it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The high temperature of the strong wind blocked the cold chi. Lu Ming felt much more relaxed. He suddenly sped up. Swish, swish. Lu Ming flew over a few snowy mountains, increasing the distance between him and the curly-bearded man and the others. Oh no, that little boy's treasure can block the cold here. The curly-bearded man's expression changed drastically. He looked grim. Attack. Let's attack together. That little boy is probably bluffing. He doesn't have any trump cards, shouted the curly-bearded man. Lu Ming had the strong wind to block the cold chi. If it continued, Lu Ming would really escape. The curly-bearded man couldn't wait any longer, so he attacked immediately. Boom! The burly man with the curly beard struck out a palm. The terrifying palm force broke through the chill and blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other cultivators of the fifth and sixth godly emperor layer also attacked. All sorts of terrifying attacks shot towards Lu Ming. Strong wind, come out! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. He used all his strength to condense the strength of the strong wind pearl. A strong wind rose up and formed a wall behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The curly-bearded man and the others' attacks crashed onto the wall of wind and exploded. After a few breaths, the wall of wind trembled violently and broke apart. Lu Ming felt a violent force pressing down on him. His body shook violently and he was thrown backward, crashing into a snow mountain. A corner of the snow mountain was smashed into smithereens. The snow here was sealed in ice by a terrifying chill. It was even harder than divine weapons. From this, one could see how great the power was. Seventh Godly Emperor Layer, as expected, terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. The curly-bearded man's attack had to break through the cold chi first. Part of his strength had already been absorbed by the cold chi, and then he had broken through the wall of wind. The remaining strength was extremely weak, but he had still managed to injure Lu Ming. If he hadn't been weakened, Lu Ming would have been crushed to pieces. Swish, Lu Ming didn't stop. He put away the coffin and flew towards the depths of the snowy mountain. Obviously, the curly-bearded man didn't care about the coffin anymore. Carrying the coffin was useless, so he put it away and sped up. That little boy has exhausted all his abilities. Chase him and avenge the young master, shouted the curly-bearded man coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged towards Lu Ming. The distance between the two of them was getting closer. Huff huff huff. A cold wind whistled. Lu Ming suddenly shivered. What a terrifying cold chi. That's, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. In front, there was a huge glacier canyon. There was a terrifying chill coming from the glacier canyon. There was actually a trace of it that passed through the gale, making Lu Ming feel a chill. It was really too shocking. But now, to Lu Ming, this was a place that he had been dreaming of. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the glacial valley. Not good. Don't let him in. The curly-bearded man roared. He also felt the terrifying chill in the glacial canyon, which made him feel apprehensive. If he allowed Lu Ming to charge out, things would not be good for him. Boom! The curly-bearded man once more attacked. A terrifying attack shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the strong wind bead. Another gale formed a wind wall behind him. There was a deafening sound and a gush of terrifying energy dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed up blood. His injuries had worsened. But using this energy, Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased, and he charged into the glacial valley. As soon as he dashed into the glacier canyon, Lu Ming sped forward. Around him, the wind and cold chi collided. A series of explosions rang out, blocking the cold chi. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3865. Lu Ming charged into the glacial canyon despite his injuries. He used the energy of the Gale Pearl to block the attack of the terrifying chill in the canyon. The mustached man and the others were furious and also rushed into the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, their expressions changed drastically. They were terrified. Awe. Help. A few of the weaker members of the Blood Skull pirate group let out terrified shrieks as a layer of frost covered their bodies. Furthermore, this layer of frost was spreading at an alarming speed, soon covering their entire bodies and turning into a layer of ice armor. Those people only had the strength of the fourth Godly Emperor layer, but they were frozen. They couldn't move at all. They crashed to the ground and broke into pieces. Only the cultivators of the fourth Godly Emperor layer and above managed to block the ice, but they didn't have a good time either. They released their godly strength to block the ice and then retreated. When they left the valley, they sat down cross-legged and circulated their chi to block the ice. At that moment, only the mustached man was left in the valley. Little bastard, do you think you can escape from the Blood Skull pirate crew's pursuit by hiding here? None of the people that the Blood Skull pirate crew wants to kill have ever escaped. The bearded man shouted loudly. His eyes were ferocious and murderous intent flashed continuously. You talk a lot of crap. If you're strong enough, come and kill me, said Lu Ming, smiling coldly. Then, he continued flying deeper into the valley. The mustached man was so angry that his beard was trembling. He ground his teeth and continued chasing Lu Ming. However, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the ice became. It was as if it could freeze everything, including all the particles in the universe. Even with the mustached man's cultivation level, it was difficult for him to block the ice. He had to concentrate and circulate his chi to the 10th level to block the ice. However, as a result, the burly man's speed was greatly reduced and his speed was almost the same as Lu Ming's. He could not catch up with Lu Ming at all. The two of them chased and fled. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles into the glacier canyon. Whoosh, whoosh, a terrifying wind was whistling. The valley was surprisingly deep. After 1,000 li, they still hadn't reached the end. They didn't know how deep it was. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Then, huge figures appeared from all directions. These figures were apes. This kind of ape was snow-white and had a strong physique. It held weapons made of ice in its hands. These apes didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. They roared and charged towards Lu Ming and the curly-bearded man. All sorts of weapons shot towards Lu Ming and the curly-bearded man, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Before they even got close, Lu Ming could already feel a terrifying pressure. This kind of pressure was definitely not something that Lu Ming could withstand with his own strength. Lu Ming could only rely on the power of the gale pearl to rush out with the surging gale. As soon as the apes felt the strong wind, they seemed to be very afraid. They suddenly withdrew their attacks halfway and retreated rapidly, increasing the distance between them and Lu Ming. On the other side, a shocking battle was taking place. More than a dozen apes were attacking the curly-bearded man fiercely. The strength of these apes might be far inferior to the curly-bearded man, but in this place, the curly-bearded man's strength was greatly suppressed. On the other hand, these apes were like fish in water. They could even use the terrifying cold to launch attacks. Under this situation, the curly-bearded man was actually forced to retreat again and again. He was in a sorry state. Puff! The curly-bearded man was careless and was swept away. A huge wound appeared on his body, but no blood flowed out of this wound because it was completely frozen. Damn it, the curly-bearded man roared in his heart. He was furious. Ao ao ao, seeing that the curly-bearded man was injured, more apes pounced on the curly-bearded man. Even the apes that were originally charging towards Lu Ming gave up on Lu Ming and charged towards the burly man with the curly beard. The curly-bearded man was even more furious. In such an environment, being besieged by so many apes, it was very likely that he would die here. Little bastard, if you have the ability, stay in this canyon for the rest of your life. Finally, the curly-bearded man let out an unwilling roar and retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Haha! Lu Ming sneered and let out a sigh of relief. He had finally shaken off the experts of the Blood Skull pirate group, although it was only temporary. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. A steady stream of energy flowed out of every cell in his body and healed Lu Ming's injuries. Before long, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Not only that, because a trace of potential was stimulated, Lu Ming's cultivation base was also slightly stronger. This is indeed a good place to cultivate. With the coldness here, I might be able to continuously stimulate my potential. Feeling the coldness around him, Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful look. For others, this place was a dangerous place, but for him, it might not be. Perhaps it was a holy place for cultivation. He had a forbidden body and cultivated the forbidden force. As long as he still had potential, he could constantly borrow external forces to stimulate it and achieve a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming couldn't expose himself to the coldness outside. There was a limit to borrowing external forces. When the external force was too strong, he couldn't borrow it anymore and would be killed directly. Obviously, the coldness outside this canyon was enough to freeze Lu Ming to death. He could only take it one step at a time. Huff! Huff! Lu Ming manipulated the gale inside the gale pearl and opened a gap. Immediately, a gust of coldness rushed in. When this gust of coldness rushed in, Lu Ming immediately closed the defense of the gale to prevent other coldness from entering. It's so cold, even though it was just a gust of coldness that enveloped Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming felt a bone-chilling coldness. This coldness was too terrifying. It had completely penetrated into every cell, and even the particles smaller than the cells stopped moving. "Block it for me," Lu Ming roared. Energy was constantly stimulated from the 60 trillion cells in his body, covering his whole body to resist this force and prevent himself from being frozen to death. However, it was still very cold, extremely cold. Lu Ming felt as if he was in a 10,000-year-old icehouse. His teeth were chattering non-stop, and his blood seemed to be turning into ice. However, Lu Ming was able to withstand it in the end. He successfully dispelled the chill. At the same time, some of the potential in the depths of his cells was also stimulated. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation base had improved again. This kind of improvement was very shocking and could be clearly felt. "It's really effective," Lu Ming was ecstatic, his eyes shining. If he continued to cultivate like this, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the 9th level Divine Lord realm. Chapter 3866. The coldness in the glacier canyon was indeed very useful. It could greatly stimulate Lu Ming's potential. Lu Ming was overjoyed and planned to continue cultivating here. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the gale to open up a gap and let in a trace of coldness. Then, he desperately resisted this coldness. His body was covered in a layer of ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. This ice had frozen Lu Ming's muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs. This was very dangerous. If an ordinary person was frozen like this, their life force would definitely be extinguished. They would definitely be frozen to death. However, it was also because of this that his potential could be stimulated. An endless stream of energy spread out from his cells. After this coldness was completely blocked, Lu Ming felt that his cultivation had increased a little. In the surroundings, the snow-white apes looked at each other in dismay. They looked at Lu Ming, not knowing how to deal with this foreign invader. However, they were extremely afraid of the terrifying high temperature of the gale. They could only wander around, not daring to attack Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was completely relieved. He ignored these apes and continued to cultivate. Just like this, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! On this day, the aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Like smoke, it surged into the sky. 9th level Divine Lord Realm. After 10 days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation went from the 8th level Divine Lord Realm to the 9th level Divine Lord Realm in one fell swoop. This speed was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was very satisfied. After rising to the 9th level Divine Lord Realm, Lu Ming felt that the strength in his body had increased by a large amount. Even the taboo power was incomparably vigorous, and his combat strength had increased greatly. Now, facing the quasi-emperor Ling Yue, Lu Ming was confident that even if he didn't use the gravity pearl, he could easily defeat Ling Yue. Of course, the premise was that Ling Yue didn't take out the blood-stained elf King Bao. Facing the quasi-emperor Xiao Wuji, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him. By now, Lu Ming was confident that he had few opponents under the godly emperor of the primitive universe. I wonder if the Blood Skull pirates have retreated. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming converged his aura and waited for it to stabilize. Then, his figure flashed and flew out of the glacier canyon. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the periphery of the glacier canyon. As soon as they arrived at the periphery of the glacier canyon, they saw some figures sitting cross-legged outside the glacier canyon, blocking the exit of the glacier canyon. They were none other than the Blood Skull pirates. At the same time, the Blood Skull pirates had set up a grand spell formation outside. The Great Formation shone, forming a barrier of light that surrounded them, using it to block the coldness outside. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, a pair of cold eyes fell on Lu Ming. "Little bastard, you've finally appeared. Let's see how long you can hide," said the bearded man, his eyes filled with killing intent. His eyes looked like two sharp swords as they moved towards Lu Ming. "I just came out to see you. You're still here. Wait for me. I'm very comfortable inside. You don't need to worry about me." Lu Ming grinned. With a flash of his figure, he continued to head toward the depths of the canyon, leaving behind the infuriated burly man and the others. Since the burly man with the curly beard was still here, Lu Ming definitely could not get out now. Even though he had broken through to the next godly emperor layer, the result would still be the same if he faced the bearded man and the others. He had been able to fight against cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer because of the Zephyr Pearl. Relying on his own strength, he couldn't fight against cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer, let alone against cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Relying on his own strength, he couldn't fight against the bearded man and the others. Therefore, even though his cultivation had broken through to the next godly emperor layer, it didn't change the situation. He could only return to the canyon and continue cultivating. After returning to the canyon, I've broken through to the next godly emperor layer. My cells have been completely used up. I need to continue absorbing energy, thought Lu Ming. Then, he took out a bone pearl and started absorbing energy. With his current cultivation level, if he wanted to fill up all his cells, he would need to consume an incredible amount of energy. After absorbing 5 or 6 bone pearls, Lu Ming's body was finally filled up. Then, he continued cultivating. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, a month passed and Lu Ming still hadn't broken through to the next godly emperor layer. If he broke through to the godly emperor layer, he would become a quasi-emperor. To break through to the godly emperor layer from the godly emperor layer, his star nucleus had to turn into a star. Even when he broke through to the quasi-emperor layer, the 9 rings around his star nucleus had to fuse together. Of course, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. It was completely different from the traditional way of cultivation. He didn't have a star nucleus or a star ring. He judged his cultivation base based on the energy of the taboo energy. Even so, the quasi-emperor layer was still a hurdle that wasn't easy to break through. When the potential in his cells was completely exhausted, his cultivation level still hadn't broken through to the quasi-emperor layer. Lu Ming could only continue to take out bone pearls and absorb energy. When the potential in his cells was full again, the bone pearls in his body had been completely used up. It really consumes a lot of energy. When I break through to the godly emperor layer, the energy consumed will be even more terrifying. It seems that I still need to store more high-energy treasures, Lu Ming thought. There were many high-energy treasures, such as divine herbs, divine elixirs, and treasures that contained majestic life essence like bone pearls. During this period, Lu Ming had also obtained a lot of divine elixirs that contained majestic energy. They could still be used for a while. Of course, divine crystals also contained energy. It was just that they were too rare and time-consuming to absorb. Therefore, they weren't Lu Ming's first choice. After storing all the potential in his cells, Lu Ming continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the aura on Lu Ming's body reached its peak. Then, there was a sudden loud explosion. Following which, his aura increased rapidly. It was like a volcano erupting. It kept rising as if there was no end to it. In the end, his aura increased by 10 times before it finally stopped. Quasi-Emperor, Lu Ming whispered. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. After a few months of bitter cultivation, with the help of the terrifying cold outside, Lu Ming finally broke through the shackles and rushed into the quasi-emperor layer. His combat strength skyrocketed. Lu Ming was confident that his current combat strength was definitely at the peak of the quasi-emperor layer in the entire primitive universe. He wasn't invincible under the godly emperor layer, but he was close. For example, he could defeat Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji in one move. However, his strength was still far from that of the bearded man and the others. Lu Ming returned to the periphery of the canyon and saw the bearded man and the others still waiting there. Lu Ming could only return to the canyon and continue cultivating. Of course, he had to let go of his cultivation. It was too difficult to break through to the godly emperor layer. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3867. It was difficult to break through to the Divine Emperor realm in a short period of time. Even with the terrifying chill, it would take a long time. In addition, he did not have many resources left. Breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm required a huge amount of resources. Although he still had some resources, they might not be enough for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, he could take his time to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming planned to cultivate secret skills first. 2 of the 3,000 ancient secret skills and hundreds of ordinary secret skills. Back then, he had bought 150 ordinary secret arts from Shui Ming's subordinates and obtained hundreds of secret arts from the Life Soul Heavenly Court. He had not had time to cultivate so many secret skills recently. Now that he was trapped here, it was a good time to cultivate. Lu Ming controlled the strong wind and shrouded himself in it. He sat cross-legged and was not affected by the chill outside. He focused on comprehending secret skills. Right now, Lu Ming was very familiar with all kinds of secret skills. Moreover, as his cultivation level deepened, the taboo power constantly improved his comprehension ability. The speed at which he comprehended these ordinary secret skills was astonishing. It only took him a few hours to comprehend a secret technique. He could comprehend several secret skills in a day and turn them into secret skill runes and integrate them into his cells. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 months had passed. He had completely mastered hundreds of secret skills. Right now, Lu Ming had mastered a total of 1,000 types of secret skills. Yes, exactly 1,000. These secret skills were all-encompassing and there were all kinds of secret skills. As long as he thought about it, they would burst out like a storm. After mastering these secret skills, Lu Ming began to focus on 2 ancient secret skills, the Great Shatter Art and the Great God Wind Art. The 3,000 ancient secret skills were not weaker than the origin secret skills. Especially for geniuses with high comprehension, they could improve rapidly. The power of the early stage was stronger than the origin secret skills. They were the most suitable secret skills for Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally had to spend more effort on them. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Great Shatter Art first. The Great Shatter Art was only 1 step away from mastering it. Once mastering it, its power would surge and be on par with the Great God Wind Art. Comprehending it alone is still too slow. Oh right, those apes. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he swept his gaze towards the apes. At first, those apes surrounded Lu Ming, but after a few months, they seemed to have lost their patience. Some had already left, and only 5 or 6 were still surrounding Lu Ming. Lu Ming planned to use these apes as opponents to cultivate the ancient secret technique. Whoosh! Lu Ming walked towards one of the apes. That ape immediately stared at Lu Ming cautiously, mainly because it was afraid of Lai Feng. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming directly opened up half of the area covered by the gale, allowing the ape to directly face Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming muttered. Seeing that Lai Feng had retreated half of the gale, the ape's eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. It hesitated for a moment before roaring and taking a heavy step forward. Its huge body pounced towards Lu Ming, bringing with it a whistling cold wind. The ape held a snow-white popsicle in its hand and whipped it towards Lu Ming. The cold wind whistled and the popsicle exploded the space. The terrifying chill seemed to be about to freeze everything. 6 times combat strength, Great Shatter Art. Lu Ming growled and directly activated the battle symbol art to increase his combat strength by 6 times. Of course, he couldn't instantly activate the battle symbol art to increase his combat strength by 6 times. In fact, he had been trying to activate it for a long time before he succeeded. With the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, the battle symbol art could increase his combat strength by 6 times, filling his body with endless power. He activated the Great Shatter Art and struck out with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit the popsicle. Immediately, he felt a terrifying chill and terrifying force rushing towards him, wanting to tear him apart and explode him. Break for me! Shouted Lu Ming furiously. A terrifying strength burst out, the Great Shatter Art was unceasingly released, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Under the attack of the Great Shatter Art, the chill was unceasingly being torn apart. Even the terrifying force was being torn apart. Boom! Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. He only stopped when he was hundreds of miles away. His body was already covered with a layer of ice. His hands were covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. The ape was also pushed back, but it wasn't as far as Lu Ming. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage in this move. With his current strength, he could easily kill cultivators of the third godly emperor layer, but he still wasn't a match for the ape. Roar! The ape was even more furious after being pushed back. It roared furiously and continued attacking Lu Ming. The popsicle was like a mountain moving towards Lu Ming. Gravity pearls. Lu Ming's heart stirred and 3 gravity pearls flew out. The terrifying gravity shrouded the ape. Enveloped by the gravity, the ape's body trembled slightly. Clearly, it was greatly affected. After that, Lu Ming also rushed over and used the great shatter art. He threw a punch at the ape. Boom! Another heaven-shocking explosion sounded. This time, the two sides were evenly matched, both retreating 100 li. It's working. Come again, Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He looked excited. As expected, the best way to practice a secret skill was to fight. Lu Ming used his full strength to exchange a few blows with the ape. He had the feeling that he had a new understanding of the great shatter art. The ape was even crazier. It roared and attacked Lu Ming. The two of them started fighting intensely. There were other apes on the side who also wanted to attack Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming controlled the gale and swept it towards the apes. They were scared and kept retreating. In this way, Lu Ming and the ape exchanged a few hundred blows. The ape was emitting white qi. It was exhausted and had to retreat. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to rest. After Lu Ming had a good rest, he removed Lai Feng and looked for other monkeys to fight. In this way, Lu Ming fought with the ape for 3 days. On the 4th day, bang! The void trembled violently as a snow-white ape retreated 200 miles away in a frenzy. Lu Ming only retreated a few dozen li. Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. I finally learned the great shatter art. Lu Ming was delighted. Originally, he had already practiced the great shatter art to a certain extent and was not far from the beginner level. After 3 days of continuous fighting, he finally practiced the great shatter art to the beginner level. He made the great shatter art reach the same level as the great divine wind art. Its power soared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack the ape. He kept throwing out his palms. Each of his palms had the power of the great shatter art. Every time he threw out a palm, the space shook violently and cracks like a spider web appeared. The ape tried its best to resist, but it could no longer hold on. It kept retreating, and cracks appeared on the popsicle in its hand. Chapter 3868. Lu Ming forced an ape to keep retreating. It only had the strength to resist and had no strength to fight back. Asterisk roar, asterisk on the side, several other apes kept roaring and jumping, trying to attack Lu Ming, but unfortunately, they were all blocked by the gale. Want to attack? Well, let 2 more come in. Lu Ming's heart moved and he retracted the range of the gale a little. Asterisk roar. Asterisk immediately, 2 apes roared and dashed toward Lu Ming. Together with the one in front, there were a total of 3 apes. The 3 snow-white apes attacked Lu Ming at the same time with different attacks. Come on, great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, Lu Ming bellowed and used the 2 ancient mystic skills. His whole body was wrapped in a strange hurricane, and inside it, there was the shattering power of the great shattering spell. Asterisk swish. Asterisk swish. Asterisk Lu Ming blasted out 3 palm prints in a row towards the 3 apes. There was a big explosion in this area and the void was constantly collapsing. 1 man and 3 apes engaged in a fierce confrontation. As soon as the confrontation began, Lu Ming fell into a disadvantage and was no match for the 3 apes. The main thing was that one of the apes was stronger and stronger, forcing Lu Ming to keep retreating. Good, good, this is interesting, this is stressful. Lu Ming was not surprised but happy. Instead, he was even more excited. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his body shook and all his cells trembled. There were hundreds of offensive secret techniques that all burst out. Lu Ming's body emitted a bright light, which had a variety of colors. There were hundreds of colors in total, which was caused by hundreds of secret techniques. There were no outsiders here. Lu Ming had no scruples and let these secret techniques manifest. There were roars of 9 dragons, bursts of sword chi, dancing saber light, roars of tigers, all kinds of secret techniques blasted towards the 3 apes. At the same time, Lu Ming launched the main attack with the Great Shattering Technique and Great Divine Wind Technique. Lu Ming could be said to have used all his means to block the attacks of the 3 apes, but he was still at a disadvantage. However, only pressure could stimulate one's potential. Lu Ming enjoyed this kind of battle very much. After hundreds of battles, the 3 apes were tired and retreated. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to rest. After a while, he continued to fight. In this fierce confrontation, not only were the 2 ancient secret techniques tempered, but even other ordinary secret techniques were also tempered and become stronger. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming cultivated with peace of mind. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for the 3 apes. However, as time passed, he was gradually able to block the attacks of the 3 apes. A month later, Lu Ming was already able to fight to a draw with the 3 apes. After that, Lu Ming continued to use the Great Divine Wind Technique to fight against the 5 apes. Time flew, half a year passed quickly. Lu Ming had been in the Glacial Valley for a year. After that period of cultivation, Lu Ming's mastery of the Great Divine Wind Technique and the Great Shattering Technique had increased by a lot. As his mastery increased, his strength also increased. Lu Ming's overall fighting strength had also increased. Now, Lu Ming didn't know how strong he could be if he used his full strength. He also didn't know what level of godly emperor he could defeat. But Lu Ming was sure that he could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer. It was worth mentioning that Qiu Qiu had evolved again. He had broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer and could kill cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. That gave Lu Ming more confidence. I wonder if the Blood Skull Pirates are still here. With my current strength, I should be able to break through, thought Lu Ming. Of course, he couldn't defeat cultivators of the 6th or 7th godly emperor layer. But during this period of time, his Great Divine Wind Technique had improved. He could summon even stronger gales from the Great Divine Wind Pearl. He had a better chance of defeating the curly-bearded big man. Even if he couldn't kill the curly-bearded big man, he could seize the opportunity to escape. Now, they had been in Bing Xian's Life Spirit Palace for a year. He had been trapped there for a long time. How was he doing? Lu Ming didn't want to stay there any longer. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind Pearl to protect himself and returned to the periphery of the valley. Outside the valley, the Blood Skull Pirates were still in the Grand Spell Formation. Those people are really stubborn. Lu Ming was speechless. Little bastard, let's see how long you can stay here. I have plenty of time to waste with you. When the curly-bearded big man saw Lu Ming, he looked even more furious than before. Humph, I'm younger than you, so it's not certain who has more time. Let's just waste time then, said Lu Ming angrily. But this time, Lu Ming didn't retreat. He looked around, trying to find an opportunity to escape. Peng peng, suddenly, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked out of the glacier canyon. The curly-bearded big man and the others were excited. He can't stay here any longer. He wants to break through. Seal him, said the curly-bearded big man to the others telepathically. The members of the Blood Skull Pirates split into a few rows. Powerful auras spread out from them, interweaving with each other as they prepared to launch a thunderous attack. They didn't dare be careless because they knew how strong the Great Divine Wind Pearl was. Phew, Lu Ming held the Great Divine Wind Pearl in his hand and used the Great Divine Wind Technique to summon the Great Divine Wind Pearl's strength. Immediately, a strong wind whistled and turned into a huge tornado. It swept in all directions towards the Blood Skull Pirates. Break! Shouted the bearded man furiously. He released his chi of the 7th godly emperor layer. He raised his hands and a few pitch-black skeletal claws moved towards the tornado. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The earth quaked and the sky began to crumble. In the next moment, the curly-bearded big man's expression changed drastically. Originally, he thought that this move would be enough to defeat Lu Ming's Great Divine Wind Pearl. A year ago, he had easily defeated Lu Ming's Great Divine Wind Pearl. But this time, he didn't manage to break it. It was blocked. You blocked it. Good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if the Great Divine Wind Pearl could block the curly-bearded big man's attack. But now, he was relieved. Then, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He just wanted to rush out and leave, but now, he changed his mind. If he didn't make the Blood Skull pirates pay a painful price, how could he be willing to leave? With a thought, Qiuqiu turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Afterward, Lu Ming activated the Great Divine Wind technique with all his might. Another gust of strong wind was drawn out from the Gale Pearl. Phew phew, a strong gale whizzed by, tearing space apart as if it were tofu. The violent gale swept towards the Blood Skull pirates at an astonishing speed. Chapter 3869. Lai Feng's speed was too fast, like lightning. Unable to dodge in time, the Blood Skull pirates were enveloped by the gale. Immediately, screams of agony could be heard. To be honest, given Lu Ming's current level of mastery of the Great Godly Wind skill, the gale drawn out from the Gale Pearl was too powerful. Those below the 6th level of the Divine Emperor realm could not resist it at all. Once they were enveloped by it, they would die. The pirates of the Blood Skull pirates who had the strength of the 6th Godly Emperor layer were cut into pieces. Only 3 cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer didn't die, but they were severely injured. Their bodies were tattered and covered with wounds. They were bleeding and smelled like barbecued meat. All of a sudden, there were only 4 people left in the Blood Skull gang. Kill. Having gained the upper hand in one move, Lu Ming would not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Qiuqiu condensed a silver spear. Lu Ming grabbed the silver spear and thrust it towards a cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. The cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer had been severely injured by the Zephyr Gale. He had less than 10% of his strength left. He shouted furiously and released an explosive attack to block the Moonlight Spear. However, he didn't have much strength left. Although he was able to block a portion of the Moonlight Spear's power, he wasn't able to block all of it. Finally, a ray of Moonlight Spear light pierced through this person's body. Great Divine Wind Art, Great Shattering Art. Lu Ming's left hand blasted out continuously as he executed 2 ancient secret techniques. A wave of destructive energy rushed towards the other party. With injuries on top of injuries, the other party was already incomparably dispirited. How could he still block Lu Ming's attack? The destructive energy swept over, and that person let out an unwilling scream. His body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. A cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer had been killed. The other 2 cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer were terrified and retreated. Damn it, the curly-bearded man roared. His murderous intent had reached its peak. The raging flames of anger seemed to want to burn his body. He attacked crazily and finally broke through the tornado formed by the strong wind. Then, he charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had been waiting for him. As soon as the curly-bearded man pounced over, Lu Ming immediately controlled the Great Divine Wind technique and drew out a powerful gale from the Gale Pearl, sweeping towards the curly-bearded man. The energy inside the Gale bead was practically limitless. The existence that had left behind the Gale Pearl was too terrifying. The gale that had been stirred up had destroyed an entire galaxy, turning it into a land of gale that would not dissipate even after countless years. Therefore, the energy inside the Gale bead was simply too abundant. What Lu Ming was drawing out was just a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming felt that if he could draw out the energy inside the Gale Pearl, he could probably destroy an entire galaxy in an instant. Therefore, there was no need to worry that there would not be enough gale in the Gale Pearl. A strong gale swept out and blocked the curly-bearded man. Lu Ming attacked the remaining 2 cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. The two cultivators of the sixth godly emperor layer were severely injured. In addition, the coldness here was extremely shocking. Although it wasn't as shocking as the glacial canyon, it still had a great impact on them. This greatly reduced their speed. Lu Ming wasn't affected by the cold, and with his great godly wind technique, he was extremely fast. He caught up with the two cultivators of the sixth godly emperor layer and attacked them like a storm. The attack of the silver spear that Qiuqiu had transformed into, as well as Lu Ming's own attack, was fatal to the two severely injured members of the Blood Skull pirate team. Although the two of them tried their best to resist, the outcome was already determined. Another cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer was killed. "Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to grind your bones to dust." The curly-bearded man was incomparably furious. He kept on attacking, but unfortunately, when he broke through the gale, Lu Ming rewarded him with another gale, preventing him from charging over. Lu Ming continued attacking the last cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer. Very quickly, the last cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer followed in the footsteps of the others. He was killed by Lu Ming. That way, only the curly-bearded man was left of the Blood Skull pirate group. The curly-bearded man's eyes were wide open. His hair and beard stood on end. His hands had turned pitch black like ink, emitting a deep and serene aura. He continuously attacked with terrifying power. Every time it blasted out, a huge explosion would occur in the void. Even though Lu Ming's gale was extremely strong, the curly-bearded man could break it in a few attacks. "Die!" shouted the curly-bearded man furiously. He threw a punch at the gale, which shook and dispersed. Then, a gigantic hand moved towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still drew out a wisp of energy from the gale pearl to block the pitch-black handprint. "You're the only one left," Lu Ming stared at the curly-bearded man. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't want to leave like that. He wanted to see if he could kill the curly-bearded man as well. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming held the gale pearl in his hand, and a strong gale filled the air as he moved towards the curly-bearded man. "You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Brutal hand!" shouted the curly-bearded man furiously. He stretched out his hand, and the space around him broke apart like tofu. Bang bang bang, the strong gale collided with the curly-bearded man's hand. In the blink of an eye, they had collided a few hundred times. Finally, the gale was broken. "Unfortunately, it's not strong enough. I can't injure him fatally," sighed Lu Ming. The gale he had released wasn't strong enough. Even though it could block the curly-bearded man's attack, it couldn't threaten his life. "Let's see how much strength you can release. When you run out of strength, you'll die," roared the curly-bearded man. He did not believe that the power of the gale pearl in Lu Ming's hands was limitless. Once the power of the gale pearl was depleted, he would crush Lu Ming into ashes to vent his anger. This time, he had suffered a great loss. In order to deal with Lu Ming, he had wasted so much time, and all of his men had been killed by Lu Ming. If the leader of the Blood Skull pirates found out about this, he would definitely be punished. Only by killing Lu Ming could he make up for his mistakes. Therefore, he had never been more eager to kill Lu Ming. Kill! Kill! The curly-bearded man kept attacking, trying to deplete the energy of the gale pearl as soon as possible. However, the energy of the gale pearl was endless. Lu Ming kept releasing energy. Moreover, Lu Ming took the opportunity to launch his own attack. The moonlight spear light blasted towards the curly-bearded man, carrying the energy of the great god wind art and the great shattering art. Unfortunately, the curly-bearded man defeated Lu Ming's attack with a single palm. Chapter 3870. Lu Ming's own strength, even with Qiuqiu, was still a far cry from the curly-bearded man. "Looks like I can't kill this guy." Lu Ming sighed in his heart and began to think about how to evacuate. Since he couldn't kill this fellow, there was no point in dragging it out. He had been in Bing Xian's life spirit hall for a year and hadn't gotten anything. He couldn't let others get it. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! From outside the snowy mountain, an arrow flew rapidly towards the bearded man. Fast, terrifyingly fast. It was powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Almost instantly, he closed in on the curly-bearded man. The bearded man's expression changed drastically because he felt a fatal danger from that arrow. It was a danger that could threaten his life. At the critical moment, the bearded man let out a roar. His pitch-black palm suddenly slapped out at a strange angle towards the arrow. Clang! It was as if two pieces of metal had collided with each other, causing energy ripples to spread out in all directions. Lu Ming could clearly see that the arrow was constantly vibrating and emitting a terrifying penetrative power. Puff! In the end, the curly-bearded man let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly. His pitch-black palm had actually been pierced through, and pitch-black blood flowed out. Furthermore, the arrows did not stop. They continued to land on his body, piercing through his body. Ah! The bearded man roared like a wounded lion, staring in the direction outside the snow mountain. In that direction, a figure was walking through the air. The person who came had a graceful figure and a peerless elegance. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who else could it be? Ling Yue's entire body was enveloped by a green divine light. Her powerful aura opened up a part of the world, making Lu Ming feel as if a star was hanging in the air. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming's pupils shrank as he muttered. That's right, Ling Yue's cultivation had already completely reached the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming definitely wouldn't sense it wrongly. Unexpectedly, after a year of not seeing each other, Ling Yue had already made a major breakthrough. It had to be known that it was extremely difficult for a quasi-emperor to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Many peerless geniuses were trapped at this step for an unknown period of time. As for Ling Yue, she had already broken through after disappearing for a year. It seemed that Ling Yue must have had a fortuitous encounter this year. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. For a monstrous genius like Ling Yue, once she stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, her battle prowess would soar crazily. Perhaps her current combat strength was already above Lu Ming's. Although Lu Ming had gone from the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm to the Quasi-Emperor realm, which was an increase of 2 levels, these 2 levels were just small levels. But from the Quasi-Emperor realm to the Divine Emperor realm was an increase of a major realm. The advancement of a major realm was far from being comparable to the advancement of a minor realm. Ling Yue held a bloody battle bow in her hand. That arrow just now was shot by Ling Yue with the Elven King's bow that was stained with blood. Although Ling Yue had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage and her battle prowess had soared, it was still impossible for her to injure the bearded man. She needed to use the Elf King bow. However, after breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, it was much easier for her to control the Elven King bow. Mu Yun, let's work together and kill this person. Ling Yue's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. All right, Lu Ming replied without thinking. Then, it was a violent attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique with all his might. From the Gale Pearl, a powerful gale whistled out and swept towards the bearded man. Following that, the 3 gravity orbs also flew out, and the powerful gravity pressed down. Although with Lu Ming's current cultivation, controlling the 3 gravity orbs wouldn't have much of an effect on the bearded man, but it would still affect him a little, right? Sensing the killing intent of Lu Ming and Ling Yue, the bearded man became even more furious. You 2 little bastards want to kill me? Dream on. Tyrannical hand, shatter the world. The bearded man roared crazily. His body was enveloped by a layer of black light. His 2 claws became even darker as they continuously clawed out, creating a terrifying wave of strength chi that fought against the gale. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard in the air. Elven King's arrow. Ling Yue shouted. The aura on her body was pushed to the limit, and a towering tree appeared. This towering tree contained an immeasurable amount of life essence, and all of it was injected into Ling Yue's body. In an instant, Ling Yue's aura reached its peak. She drew her bow and nocked an arrow. An emerald green arrow condensed and shattered the void as it shot towards the curly-bearded man's face. In the past, Ling Yue could only shoot one arrow with the Elven King's bow, and that was her limit. But now, Ling Yue could not only shoot one arrow, but it was even more powerful. The bearded man's expression was extremely solemn as he continuously struck out with his palms. However, he was unable to block it at all. His palms were violently trembling, and on his palms, there were at least dozens of layers of black light that were instantly pierced through by the arrow. Puff! This time, both of the bearded man's palms were pierced through. The arrow pierced through the space between his eyebrows. The bearded man's expression changed drastically. At the critical moment, he twisted his body slightly and avoided the fatal blow. The arrow pierced through his neck, leaving behind a bloody hole that penetrated from front to back. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die after receiving such an attack. However, for a Divine Emperor realm expert, such an injury was nothing at all. With the circulation of his divine power, he would quickly recover. However, in that instant, he would still be greatly affected. Now is the time. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He activated the Zephyr Pearl with all his might. Whoosh! A scorching gale swept out, enveloping the bearded man within and crazily spinning and cutting him. Ah! The bearded man let out a heaven-shaking roar as he frantically resisted. However, he was enveloped by the gale and had already lost the initiative. One had to know that the gale inside the Zephyr Pearl was almost endless. Before the burly man with the curly beard dashed out, Lu Ming drew out another gust of strong wind, which swirled around the burly man with the curly beard. When the gale was slightly smaller, Lu Ming pulled out another gale. After continuously pulling out 7 or 8 gusts of wind, the bearded man finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body seemed to have been cut by countless blades, leaving behind countless wounds. Mu Yun, open a gap and let me end him completely. Ling Yue transmitted her voice. Lu Ming nodded, and in the direction of Ling Yue, he opened a small gap in the gale. The bearded man immediately rushed towards the gap, wanting to escape. However, what welcomed him was Ling Yue's arrow. Swoosh! The terrifying arrow pierced through the bearded man in an instant. A destructive power erupted and a huge explosion occurred on the bearded man's body. A huge bloody hole was blasted open and his aura was dispirited. The endless gale took the opportunity to cut towards the bearded man. No, no. The bearded man let out a desperate cry, but after a few breaths, there was no sound. Chapter 3871. The bearded man let out a few screams of despair, and then he no longer made a sound. He was severely injured by Ling Yue's arrow, and then enveloped by the gale, he was completely obliterated. A great expert of the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm was killed by 2 young juniors just like that. To be honest, the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm was truly shockingly strong, and his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. The main reason was that he was unlucky enough to meet Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Not only were the 2 of them monstrous geniuses, they also had terrifying killing weapons in their hands. The bearded man had completely died at the hands of the 2's killing weapons. When the bearded man's aura completely disappeared, Lu Ming released the gale. With a grab of his hand, the bearded man's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hand. We'll split the treasures inside, Lu Ming said to Ling Yue. This time, it was all thanks to Ling Yue. Otherwise, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to keep the bearded man. Moreover, the reason why Ling Yue had come here was most likely to help him. This warmed his heart slightly. Ling Yue's character was still not bad, causing Lu Ming to have more trust in her. No need, this storage ring is yours. Just treat it as me thanking you for letting me escape. Ling Yue smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, incomparably beautiful. The pearl on the universe's pearl list lived up to his reputation. Then I won't be polite. Lu Ming smiled, and no longer held back, he kept the bearded man's storage ring. Oh right, I've been trapped here for a year. How's the Bing Xian Life Soul Palace? Has it all been plundered? Lu Ming asked. Actually, I'm not too sure either. A year ago, after I escaped, I accidentally came to a wonderful place. That place was very suitable for me to cultivate. I cultivated there for a year, broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, and left. After leaving, I followed the direction you escaped in and found this place. As for what happened in the Bing Xian Life Soul Palace, I'm not too sure either. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded his head. It seemed that Ling Yue was similar to him, and did not know what had happened in the Bing Xian Life Soul Hall. Since the two of them had met again, they naturally planned to continue working together. After that, the two of them left the snowy mountain and headed towards the depths of Bing Xian's Life Spirit Palace. Next, they found several cities and palace-like buildings in succession, but the things inside were all emptied. Obviously, others had beaten them to it. However, the two of them discovered a frightening scene. Those buildings were filled with dried corpses. Yes, it was exactly the same as what Lu Ming had seen before. Some of these mummified corpses were lying down, while others were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be sleeping or cultivating. Suddenly, their essence, energy, and soul were sucked away, turning them into mummified corpses. It was definitely not left behind recently. It was left behind countless years ago. This made Lu Ming and Ling Yue puzzled. This was one of the 9 Life Spirit Halls of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, Bingxian Life Spirit Hall. The people who lived there were all from the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Why would the people of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court be sucked dry in an instant? Could it be the doing of the Heavenly Palace? The two of them were puzzled and could only continue forward. Boom! Suddenly, from an unknown distance away, there was a rumbling sound. Space rippled with visible ripples. Following that, in that direction, a blood-colored light pierced through the clouds. Even from a distance, one could see it. The blood-colored light pierced through the clouds. It was dazzling, and the light was millions of feet long. It looked incomparably shocking. More than half of the Bingxian Life Spirit Hall was shaken. What is that? What a resplendent radiance. Could it be that some treasure has been born? Legend has it that the Life Spirit Heavenly Court is a powerful force that can challenge the Heavenly Palace. They have countless treasures. This is one of the 9 Life Spirit Palaces of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. They must have countless treasures. Let's go and take a look. Anyone who saw this scene all flew towards the direction of the resplendent light. Lu Ming and Ling Yue glanced at each other and nodded silently. Then, they also flew towards the direction of the light. The two of them were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where the light was coming from. It was a swamp. At first glance, it was boundless. There was no water in the swamp, but a blood-red liquid that looked like blood. The blood-colored light was coming from the depths of the swamp. When they arrived, the number of people increased dramatically. Many big shots of the chaotic Devil Star area appeared one by one. For example, the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan was a big shot of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. The patriarch of the Demon Punishment sect was also a big shot of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Apart from them, there were also some strong cultivators of the 6th and 5th Godly Emperor layer. There were as many strong cultivators as there were clouds. Even if there are treasures, they are mine. Those who block me will die, shouted the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan coldly. His eyes were as cold as lightning. Hee hee, how arrogant. Do you really think you are the strongest in the chaotic Devil Star area? Ridiculous. The patriarch of the Demon Punishment sect was not afraid of the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan. I will kill you sooner or later. The patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan grinned ferociously. Then, he led the members of the Demon Alligator clan and flew towards the depths of the swamp. The other forces also flew into the swamp. The swamp was very vast. So many people flew in, but it was not crowded at all. Lu Ming and Ling Yue also fell behind and flew into the swamp. In the swamp, the wind was calm and there was no wind at all. Below, the blood-red liquid was constantly emitting the smell of blood. It was very unpleasant. But in the next moment, a burst of fragrance floated into the noses of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. It's the 10,000 blood fruit. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming also saw a fruit tree growing in the middle of the swamp. The fruit tree was not tall, only as tall as an ordinary person. On the fruit tree, there were 7 blood-red fruits hanging. The intoxicating fragrance was emitted by these fruits. It's actually the 10,000 blood fruit. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. The 10,000 blood fruit was a very precious divine medicine. Legend had it that it was condensed from the blood of thousands of creatures. It contained a majestic life essence. If a cultivator swallowed it, they could quickly refine their divine power and increase their cultivation. The 7 fruits were priceless. Many people's eyes flashed with a fiery light. It's mine. Immediately, someone moved and pounced at the 10,000 blood fruit at an astonishing speed. Get lost. Kill. The others reacted and pounced on the 10,000 blood fruit one after another, launching an intense battle. In the next moment, there were screams. Someone was killed, and blood flowed into the swamp. Dozens of experts surrounded the 10,000 blood fruit and launched an intense battle. Not long after, 7 or 8 people fell here. Their bodies fell into the swamp and were swallowed by the swamp. Boom! Suddenly, an aura as thick as the starry sky came crushing down. A giant palm covered in scales appeared and pressed down. Several experts did not even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3872. A hand covered with scales killed a few strong cultivators. One of them was a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer. The others were shocked and retreated. A tall and sturdy silhouette appeared above the 10,000 blood fruit tree. Many people's pupils shrank and they were shocked. The patriarch of the demon alligator clan. That tall and sturdy silhouette was the patriarch of the demon alligator clan. Get lost if you don't want to die, shouted the patriarch of the demon alligator clan. The other people's faces were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. However, although these people were all ferocious, none of them dared to talk back. The patriarch of the demon alligator clan was one of the overlords of the chaotic demon star field. Nobody dared to talk back to him unless they were at the same level as him. Although they didn't want to give up the 10,000 blood fruit, they could only retreat. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei didn't want to fight either. Although the 10,000 blood fruit was of great use to Lu Ming as it contained a majestic life essence that could be absorbed by Lu Ming, converted into potential and stored. However, facing the patriarch of the demon alligator clan was too dangerous. His strength was definitely not weaker than the bearded man of the Blood Skull pirate group. Unless the two of them used all of their trump cards, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, if they used their trump cards in front of so many people, they would be targeted by others even if they could defeat the patriarch of the demon alligator clan. It wasn't worth it for a few 10,000 blood fruits. The two of them took a detour. Boom! Kill! At that moment, a great battle broke out in other directions. Groups of people were fighting fiercely and some of them died from time to time. Divine herbs also appeared in other directions. They were all very precious divine herbs. Many people were excited. They had only just entered the swamp, and they had already discovered precious divine medicines. Just how precious was the treasure that was emitting resplendent light in the center of the swamp? Some people directly abandoned the divine medicine here and sped up, flying towards the depths of the swamp. The treasure is mine. Those who block me will die, said the patriarch of the demon alligator clan. He roared and turned into a huge crocodile. He was 10,000 meters long and his body was pitch black. With a sweep of his tail, dozens of experts were hit, and their bodies exploded. Roar, roar, roar! The other experts of the demon alligator race also transformed into their true forms and followed the demon alligator race patriarch into the depths of the swamp. People of the demon punishment sect, come with me. The devil punishment sect master roared and led the experts of the devil punishment sect into the depths of the swamp. Go! The other top forces of the chaotic devil starfield also brought their experts and rushed into the depths of the swamp. The strongest of the chaotic devil starfield rushed into the depths of the swamp. However, there was still a group of people who did not rush in rashly. If those big shots went in, they wouldn't be able to compete with them. They might as well get some benefits here, which would be more practical. Lu Ming and Ling Yue also did not rush in. Even if there were extremely precious treasures in the depths of the swamp, with so many people rushing in, there would definitely be a fierce battle. It was not wise for them to rush in now. It would be more comfortable to obtain some divine herbs outside. There is also a 10,000 blood fruit there. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw another 10,000 blood fruit a few tens of thousands of meters to the left. There were 9 bright red fruits hanging on that 10,000 blood fruit, emitting an alluring luster. Swish! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in that direction. A trifling quasi-emperor wants to get a share of the 10,000 blood fruit? You're courting death. A tyrannical roar sounded. Then, a pitch-black demonic axe slashed towards Lu Ming from the side. The demonic chi was vast and mighty, oppressive. It was a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned around and punched. In this punch, he used the great fragmentation art. Dang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the pitch-black demonic axe and there was a terrifying roar. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. At that moment, Lu Ming saw that the one who had attacked him was a strong man with a horn on his head. At that moment, the strong man's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Kacha! The demonic axe in the strong man's hand emitted cracking sounds. Numerous cracks appeared on it and in the end, the demonic axe broke into pieces. Not only that, but the large man's body was also filled with cracks. It was as if his entire body was made of porcelain. Boom! In the end, the strong man's body exploded and turned into pieces. The great shattering technique had broken his body into pieces. A cultivator of the second godly emperor layer had been instantly killed by Lu Ming. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. Is this my current strength? Lu Ming's eyes were twinkling. He was very satisfied with his strength. A moment before, he hadn't even used the battle formula, he had only used the forbidden strength and the great shattering technique. That little boy, the pupils of many people in the surroundings shrank when they saw this scene. They felt a little scared. A quasi-emperor had surprisingly killed a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. That was terrifying. Was he a peerless genius from a powerful clan? Who cares if he's a peerless genius? Kill him and we'll get his treasures. Hee, that little boy is mine. Those people were all extremely evil. Even though they were scared at the beginning, they were immediately filled with greed. In the chaotic demon star area, there were many geniuses who went there to gain experience. It wasn't like they hadn't killed those geniuses before. Besides, those geniuses usually had many treasures. Killing one of them was a huge profit. Therefore, after a few breaths, 7 or 8 people threw themselves at Lu Ming. Among those people, there were cultivators of the 3rd and 4th godly emperor layers. Those who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer and above had all gone into the depths of the swamp. 7 to 8 experts and 7 to 8 attacks shrouded Lu Ming in an instant. With so many strong cultivators joining hands, even a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer would be in danger, let alone a quasi-emperor. Good. Lu Ming felt invigorated from head to toe. He immediately activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times, raising his combat strength to the peak. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. 3 gravity pearls flew out at the same time. A powerful gravitational force surrounded the 7 or 8 strong cultivators. At the same time, Lu Ming used the great shattering technique and the great godly wind technique. He punched out continuously. His punches contained the strength of the great godly wind technique and the strength of the great shattering technique. His punches turned into rolling waves of energy and collided with the attacks of the 7 or 8 strong cultivators. Those cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer couldn't withstand a single attack from Lu Ming's punches. His punches continued bombarding those people. Those people didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. Chapter 3873. 5 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer were instantly killed by Lu Ming's punch. The 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer coughed up blood and were blown away. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Lu Ming could instantly kill cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. He could even instantly kill cultivators of the third godly emperor layer. How was that possible? How could there be such a strong cultivator in the world? Unfortunately, cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer are still very difficult to kill, thought Lu Ming, sighing. Even though he could instantly kill cultivators of the third godly emperor layer, fighting against cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer wasn't easy. The difference between each godly emperor layer was huge. The difference between each godly emperor layer was even bigger. It was extremely difficult to cross a godly emperor layer. With the strength of the quasi-emperor layer, he could instantly kill cultivators of the third godly emperor layer. That was a miracle among miracles. In the entire ancient desolate universe, only a handful of people could do that. In the vast universe, that was already the peak. Die, thought Lu Ming, sighing. He didn't stop attacking. He continued moving towards the 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. Sky-breaking sword. Cloud-flipping blade. Cloud-soaring claw. Shouted the 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer furiously. They used their strongest attacks to fight against Lu Ming. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought intensely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a dozen attacks. The 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer were completely suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating. Oh my god, not far away, Ling Yuwei's mouth was agape. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was strong enough, but when she was a quasi-emperor layer, she could only kill cultivators of the second godly emperor layer, and it wouldn't be that easy. But Lu Ming could instantly kill cultivators of the third godly emperor layer and suppress 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. He was much stronger than her. They were both incredible geniuses. Why was the difference between them so great? The other people of the chaotic demon star region were even more astonished. They thought they were dreaming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 cultivators had exchanged a dozen attacks. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming used his battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. One of the cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer wasn't able to block him. Lu Ming punched him in the stomach, and his lower body exploded. A dazzling star appeared in his dantian. It was wrapped in his divine light and flew into the distance. The other 2 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer were astonished. They ran away as fast as they could and disappeared. The 3 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer ran away. Lu Ming didn't give chase. He stopped and carefully sensed his own battle prowess. After this battle, he had a rough idea of his own combat strength. He could suppress ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. If he caught them off guard, he could even kill them. But against cultivators of the fifth godly emperor layer, he couldn't compete with them. The difference between each level was huge. It was impossible for him to fight against cultivators of the fifth godly emperor layer. The difference between them was too great. Even if he practiced a few more ancient secret skills, or if he had broken through to the great godly wind technique or the great shattering technique, he wouldn't have been able to become that strong. If he wanted to fight against cultivators of the fifth godly emperor layer, he would have to wait until he broke through to the godly emperor layer. This guy, whispered Ling Yuwei in the distance. Lu Ming's fighting strength was astonishing. Even though she had broken through to the godly emperor layer, she wasn't 100% sure that she could suppress Lu Ming. At most, she would be a little bit stronger. But she had already broken through to the godly emperor layer, and Lu Ming was still at the quasi-emperor layer. This time, no one dared to deal with Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming easily kept the 9 myriad blood fruits in his bag. Lu Ming was delighted. Now, he wanted to break through to the godly emperor layer and become a quasi-emperor layer. Therefore, the more resources he had, the better. after keeping the 9 myriad blood fruits, Lu Ming continued to head in another direction. Ling Yue temporarily separated from him to collect resources. In any case, almost all the cultivators of the 5th Godly Emperor layer had rushed into the depths of the swamp. In the outer area, the two of them were strong enough to move unhindered. In addition, they all had their own trump cards. Even if they met someone stronger, they wouldn't be afraid. In this way, Lu Ming continued to collect. A few hours later, he had collected dozens of 10,000 blood fruits. Although dozens of blood fruits couldn't help him break through to the Godly Emperor layer, it was still a considerable amount of resources. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumble came from the depths of the swamp. The blood-colored light disappeared without a trace. The violent rumble became louder and louder. Suddenly, miserable screams came from the depths of the swamp. One after another, they rose and fell. Outside the swamp, Lu Ming and the others stopped and looked into the depths of the swamp. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened in the depths of the swamp. Ling Yue silently appeared beside Lu Ming. "What's going on?" Ling Yue frowned. She had a bad premonition. "I don't know either. Could it be that those people in the depths of the swamp are fighting over the treasures? Let's wait and see," Lu Ming said. Lu Ming wasn't the only one who thought so. In fact, the others also thought so. They thought that those big shots who had entered the depths of the swamp had fought over the treasures. But not long after, everyone's expression changed. The ground shook more and more violently. Then, the blood-colored liquid in the swamp suddenly boiled like the waves of the sea. Voila! Suddenly, the blood-colored liquid flew into the sky and formed layers of blood-colored water screens, blocking their way out. What's going on? Not good, let's rush out first. This place is strange. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They all rushed out, wanting to leave this place first. However, everyone was blocked by the blood-colored light screen. Damn it, break for me. Break. Many people roared and attacked. However, no matter if it was a cultivator of the 3rd or 4th Godly Emperor layer, their attacks were useless. When their attacks landed on the blood-colored light screen, they were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Let me try. Ling Yue drew her bow and shot out an arrow, striking the blood-colored light screen. However, it was useless. Like the others, it was blocked by the blood-colored light screen. This is troublesome. Ling Yue's expression became serious. Someone's coming out. Suddenly, someone shouted. Swish, 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 many people flew out from the depths of the swamp. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen. Everyone saw the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan, the patriarch of the Demon Punishment sect and other big shots of the chaotic Devil Starfield. The others were also cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. As for those below the 6th Godly Emperor layer, none of them could be seen. Even the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan and the others were injured. Their bodies were tattered and their chi was weak. They had obviously suffered heavy injuries. Charge out. What are we still doing here? Let's rush out together, roared the patriarch of the Demon Alligator clan. We can't rush out. We're blocked, someone replied. Chapter 3874. Can't get out? Open. The leader of the Demon Alligator race roared. His tail was like a long spear as it pierced the blood-red light screen. However, it was still blocked and could not be broken. Damn it! The leader of the Demon Alligator race roared. His eyes revealed a panicked expression. What exactly happened? Where are the treasures? Someone shouted. There are no treasures at all. We've been tricked. Quick, let's work together to break the blood-red light screen and get out. The leader of the Demon Punisher sect roared. His voice was filled with anxiety and panic. We've been tricked. Everyone was puzzled. Who tricked us? Rumble. At that moment, a violent rumble came from the depths of the swamp. It was as if thousands of waves were sweeping over. Then, everyone saw a blood-red wave rushing out from the depths of the swamp. It was as if a sea of blood was pressing down on them. Don't even think about running away from the blood-gathering array. Become my nutrients, ha ha ha. A carefree laugh came from the blood-red wave. Xiao Wuji. Lu Ming and Ling Yue could not help but exclaim. That's right. The person who had come was Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji stepped on the blood-red wave. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an invincible blood demon. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, Ling Yue, you're all here. Good, very good. Kill you and your life spirit origin stone fragments will be mine. Xiao Wuji laughed. His laughter was even more wanton and carefree. Xiao Wuji, is this a trap? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Now that things have come to this, I might as well tell you that one of my ancestors was a big shot in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. That's why I know a lot about the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, including the blood-gathering array here. As long as you become nutrients for the blood-gathering array, I can use the blood-gathering array to evolve into the invincible Blood Shura. I'll dominate the universe and be invincible among my peers. Xiao Wuji laughed. No one could escape from the Blood Sieve Grand Formation. Thus, he took his time to reveal his secret. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Wuji's ancestor was an important figure in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was a very special force. It was not created by a large clan, nor was it controlled by a large clan. People from the Heavenly Court came from all over the primitive universe. They were from different races. According to legend, there were even primitive gods inside. It was normal that Xiao Wuji's ancestor was an important figure in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Looks like the news about Bing Xian's Life Soul Hall was also leaked out. The purpose is to attract even more people. Lu Ming stared at Xiao Wuji. You're very smart, Mu Yun. That's right. I'm the one who spread the news. The Great Azura Formation needs nourishment, and I need nourishment to evolve into a Blood Azura. That's why you're attracting people from the All-Devil Starfield to become my nourishment. Xiao Wuji Dao. When the others heard this, their faces turned pale. As it turned out, Xiao Wuji was treating them as nutrients. He wanted to wipe them all out. This swamp was left behind by Xiao Wuji's ancestor. It was a great formation that was now completely under Xiao Wuji's control. As for the blood-colored light from before, it was all fake. It was just bait that Xiao Wuji had set up to attract them. They understood, but their hearts turned cold. Obviously, the hundreds of experts who had entered before had died and become nutrients for the Great Azura Formation. Everyone was fooled. Let's go, let's go. Let's go together. The Demon Alligator Clan Patriarch, Demon Punishment Sect Patriarch and other big shots roared and attacked together. Dazzling divine light gathered together and blasted towards the light screen. The others did the same. They attacked the light screen together, but it was useless. The blood-red light screen only shook a few times, but nothing happened. Ling Yue's face turned pale. If the Demon Alligator Clan Patriarch and the others could not break it, then even if she took out the Elven Royal Bow, she would not be able to break it. Were they really going to stay here today? Don't waste your time. The Great Azura Formation is not something that can be broken by brute force. Go to hell. Xiao Wuji sneered and waved his hands. Waves of blood filled the sky. These waves of blood turned into blood-red tentacles and wrapped around the crowd. Suddenly, hundreds of people were wrapped around by the blood-red tentacles. Once they were wrapped around by the blood-red tentacles, their bodies started to corrode quickly, like ice melting. In the blink of an eye, these people disappeared without a trace. They had completely merged into the blood-red water and became nutrients for the Great Azura Formation. Many people trembled and felt a chill down their spines. It was too terrifying. Some of the tentacles wrapped around the Demon Alligator Clan Patriarch and the others. These big shots' faces changed drastically. They took out their divine weapons and self-destructed. Finally, they broke free from the blood-red tentacles. However, they had paid a huge price. A large piece of their flesh was corroded and their auras were much weaker. Everyone finally knew why the demon alligator clan patriarch and the others were so heavily injured. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Xiao Wuji did not control the blood-red tentacles to deal with Lu Ming and Ling Yue. It seemed that he wanted to leave the two of them behind and deal with them later. The two of them leaned against each other and slowly retreated. What should we do? Ling Yue secretly sent a message to Lu Ming. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming said. If there was no other way, he could only rely on the purple copper coffin. It's this kid who is controlling the formation. Kill. As long as we kill him, the formation will break. Someone shouted. That's right. Let's kill him first. The others' eyes lit up. Suddenly, hundreds of experts from the chaotic devil starfield rushed towards Xiao Wuji. Don't rush over. The Demon Punisher sect patriarch shouted. However, it was too late. You're courting death. Xiao Wuji shouted coldly and pressed forward with one hand. Suddenly, the sea of blood behind him began to twist violently. Tentacles appeared one after another. There were at least a few hundred of them. Hundreds of tentacles danced in the air, and the hundreds of experts who had attacked him were all enveloped by the tentacles. Miserable screams rang out, and after a few breaths, the screams came to an abrupt end. These people had all died. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wuji laughed. At this moment, Xiao Wuji's body was covered in a layer of blood-red light. His body was constantly wriggling, as if it was made entirely of blood. Xiao Wuji was undergoing a miraculous change. He was transforming into a blood Shura. The blood Shura was said to be the royal family of the Shura race. They were extremely terrifying and invincible. It was said that once a blood Shura appeared, it would be difficult to find an opponent of the same level. It was a legendary existence. The number of blood Shuras that were born in the Shura race could be counted on one hand. Once Xiao Wuji transformed into a blood Shura, his talent would rise to a terrifying level. He would not even care about the monsters of the top 10 races. Rumble. The blood-red waves rolled. After absorbing so many experts, the blood Shura array seemed to be even stronger. Chapter 3875. The Demon Alligator Race Patriarch, Demon Punishment Sect Patriarch, and the others were shocked. They joined forces to attack the blood-colored light screen, trying to break it and escape. However, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break the blood-colored light screen. The blood-gathering formation is one. Unless you destroy this blood sea, don't even think about rushing out. Become my nutrients. Kill. Xiao Wuji bellowed. The blood sea raged and the boundless blood turned into tentacles, sweeping towards the clan leader of the demon crocodile clan and the others. This time, Xiao Wuji did not let Lu Ming and Ling Yue off. He also attacked them. A few blood-colored tentacles swept towards the two of them. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's faces were very serious. They used their killing weapons at the same time. Ling Yue took out the Elf King Bao with blood. Her divine power surged. A towering tree condensed and floated behind her. Boundless life essence was injected into her body. Whoosh! An arrow seemed to break through the universe and shot forward. After flying out, it rapidly expanded and became tens of thousands of meters long. Bang! 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 The arrow hit a few blood-colored tentacles, and a violent explosion burst out. A few tentacles actually exploded. The demon alligator race patriarch and the others in the surroundings widened their eyes in shock. However, at this time, they didn't have time to be shocked because they couldn't take care of themselves. After being shocked for a moment, they had to restrain their minds and use all their strength to resist the blood-colored tentacles. Unfortunately, there were too many blood-colored tentacles. Ling Yue shot a few of them, but there were still more blood-colored tentacles sweeping towards them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming took out the Gale Pearl and drew out the gale from it, sweeping away the gale. A dense explosion sounded, and a few of the blood-colored tentacles were cut open. However, there were immediately other tentacles sweeping towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was very serious. These tentacles were very strange and filled with a terrifying corrosive power. Even the gale would be corroded. It was very terrifying. What should I do? Do I have to use the purple copper coffin? Lu Ming's mind raced. Given the current situation, it seemed like he could only use the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming wasn't sure if it would work or not. After all, the last time he had faced the Blood Skull pirates, nothing had happened when he had taken out the copper coffin. Lu Ming used taboo power. This is the power of the Blood Azura. It's very high level. Only someone of a higher level can break through it. At this moment, Bone reminded him. Blood Azura power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the primitive universe, in addition to the ordinary divine power, there were also some mysterious powers. These powers were usually extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, they were extremely rare and difficult to control. For example, the taboo power was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest level power. In the instant they communicated, a few tentacles had already swept towards the two of them. Lin Yuwei was so scared that her face turned pale. On the other hand, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. He circulated his forbidden energy and covered his entire body. Then, he suddenly punched out. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fist continuously collided with a few blood-colored tentacles. The few blood-colored tentacles were like tofu. They were defeated effortlessly by Lu Ming. It's really effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the moment of collision, Lu Ming could clearly feel that his taboo power had easily destroyed the power of the tentacles. Xiao Wuji's long and narrow eyes narrowed. Killing intent exploded. Looks like he still has some trump cards. Then, I'll take care of them later. Xiao Wuji muttered. He didn't think that Lu Ming had mastered a power that was higher than the power of the Blood Azura. He only thought that Lu Ming had some kind of treasure on him that allowed him to destroy the tentacles. He planned to deal with the demon alligator race's patriarch and the others first. He wanted to raise the power of the Blood Azura formation to its peak before dealing with Lu Ming and Lin Yuwei. Xiao Wuji immediately focused on the demon alligator race's patriarch and the others. The strong cultivators of the chaotic demon star area were dying one after another. At that moment, almost all the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer and below had died. They had all turned into nutrients for the Blood Azura formation. The blood in the sea of blood became brighter, more pungent, and more powerful. Finally, a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer couldn't endure it anymore. A few tentacles wrapped around him and his body melted, turning into nutrients for the Blood Azura formation. The first cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer couldn't endure it anymore. Behind him, even more cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer couldn't endure it anymore. Roar! A huge demon crocodile was tightly entangled. The indestructible scales on its body were like ice meeting fire in the blood, melting unceasingly. Father, save me! Hurry up and save me! Shouted the demon alligator of the 6th godly emperor layer. He was terrified, his gigantic body kept twisting. That demon alligator was the most outstanding son of the demon alligator race's patriarch. You want to kill us? I'll die too, said the patriarch of the demon alligator race. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew he couldn't escape. He looked furious as he threw himself at Xiao Wuji. Roar! Shouted the patriarch of the demon alligator race. His 4 claws were like dragon claws as he moved toward Xiao Wuji. His tail whipped the air and a terrifying strength moved toward Xiao Wuji. However, Xiao Wuji was smiling coldly. You overestimate yourself. Alright, I'll send you on your way. 1,000 arms Blood Azura, melt everything, said Xiao Wuji, waving his hands and performing some hand seals. In a flash, the sea of blood started rolling and an endless amount of blood condensed into arms. Those arms looked like Azura's arms, but they were blood-red and covered with ferocious red scales. They moved towards the patriarch of the demon alligator race. There were arms everywhere. The patriarch of the demon alligator race's attack was blocked by the blood-red arms. Then, those arms grabbed his body. As soon as these arms grabbed his body, they seeped into his body. "Roar!" shouted the patriarch of the demon alligator race in agony. His gigantic body kept twisting as he tried to break free. But this time, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. A terrifying strength penetrated into his body and his chi was becoming weaker and weaker. The scales on his body, his flesh, were melting away. At that moment, the demon alligator of the 6th godly emperor layer had already melted and turned into nutrients for the blood Azura spell. He wasn't the only one. Many other cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer couldn't resist and melted. Only a few cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer and a few stronger cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were left. However, it would appear that their fates had already been decided. Despair filled their eyes. Die. Kill him. Even if we die, we'll make him pay. In the end, the strong cultivators of the chaotic demon star area decided to join hands and attack Xiao Wuji.